no-win situation. Okay.
But Tuesday was the hearing, then this.
We're good? Are we started? We're started? Okay. We are moving, as you can see, this is a very fluid meeting, and we are moving through the agenda in an orderly fashion as respectfully as we can. So with that, we will call this Housing, Urban Development, and Zoning Committee meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone. Present. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Present. Vice Chair Saunier.
Present.
Alderman Browning. Present. Alderman.
Present.
Chair Clark Hubbard.
Here.
President Green.
Present.
We have 7 present. We have a quorum.
All right, with that, I'll accept a motion to approve the minutes from Tuesday, January 21st, 2025.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the minutes from January 21st, 2025.
Second.
It was moved by Alderman Aldridge and seconded by Vice Chair Saunier. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Vice Chair Saunier.
Aye.
Alderman Browning. Aye. Alderman Aldridge.
Aye.
Chair Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
President Green. Aye. We have 7 aye votes.
Okay, with that, we've approved the minutes from Tuesday. We're going to move forward to item number 4. Alderwoman Schweitzer, you're recognized on Board Bill 158.
Thank you, Chairwoman Clark Hubbard and members of the committee. Board Bill 158 is the ordinance of approving removal of a parcel of property from the boundaries of the Carondelet Common Community Improvement District. This is a continued hearing from earlier this week on Tuesday, and the lawyer for the CID, Mr. Scott Riley, he's here again, but he did give a presentation during that hearing, so I'm hoping that you all remember that and we are able to move forward expeditiously, but he is here to answer questions if anyone has them. This is an important piece of moving some investment in my ward forward, and I want to make sure that we can get it done. Thank you.
All right, did you have any speakers?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Scott Riley is here and he's available, but he gave his presentation Tuesday, so I thought the committee may have heard enough.
Absolutely. Alderman Cone, do you have any questions? Alderman Browning? Alderman Aldridge?
No questions.
Vice Chair Saunier?
Questions?
Thank you. I don't have any questions, so you're welcome to close.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I don't believe there's anyone from the public here to speak on this, so I appreciate the consideration of this committee, and I ask for your favorable consideration and do pass recommendation for Board Bill 158.
I move that we pass Board Bill 158 with a do pass recommendation.
Second.
Previous row.
It was moved by Alderman Cone, seconded by Alderman Browning with a call for previous roll by Alderman Aldridge with no objection. Congratulations. You are now recognized on Board Bill 159.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And this bill is similar in nature, tied to 158 in some ways. This is the ordinance authorizing the execution of an agreement to the redevelopment, or an amendment rather, to the redevelopment agreement between the City of St. Louis and the Carondelet Broadway TIF. To do a very short presentation on that is Jim Meyer, who represents Richardson, which is the company looking to buy this parcel. Madam Clerk should have the presentation pulled up on this. So hopefully that will be up on our screen soon. And with that, Jim Meyer is here to speak very briefly on this. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Meyer.
Good morning.
Can you raise your right hand? Swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I will.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. First of all, it's a pleasure to be in front of this meeting today. I appreciate the time and the consideration for this board bill. Presentation coming up.
It should be, so
This is only 4 or 5 slides. Talk about what the circumstances are and our interest in this particular piece of property. I represent Richardson International. First page of the slide, I guess if you could turn the slide. Richardson International is Canada's largest ag company. It's a family-owned business founded 170 years ago based in Winnipeg. We have operations in North America, across Canada, as well as the United States, in the UK and the EU. Have over 3,000 employees worldwide and 350 in the United States. That includes the operations here in St. Louis, where we have about 85 employees. Maybe just a little bit about me. I'm a born and raised St. Louisan. Went to UMSL. Started working for Italgrani USA in 1988, so I've been around for 37 years, down in the south part of the city in the Carondelet in the Patch neighborhood. Italgrani is a family-owned business. First invested in St. Louis in 1980 when we bought a 4 million bushel grain elevator, and then added on to that with a Durham milling unit. So we've steadily increased investment in employee headcount over the years. I personally and our company has a long history of working with LCRA, the Development Corporation, the Port Authority, and other city agencies, as well as our older women and older men, to grow our business, enhance our community, and create high-quality jobs. Specifically in St. Louis, in the Patch neighborhood. As a point of reference, Italgrani was acquired by Richardson in July of 2021. Most people don't realize this, but just in the south part of the city, it's the largest Durham milling unit operation in North America. We represent around 21% of the total milling capacity in the United States. You may also realize there's a pasta plant located across the street from us, and we supply that plant. That plant began operations in 1992, and we are the sole supplier into that plant. Our last major expansion was completed in 2019. It's approximately $50 million, and we added 40% capacity to our operations. We sold and produced nearly 700 million pounds of semolina, which is the raw ingredient for pasta. I hope everybody enjoys pasta. That's what we did in 2024, 700 million pounds of semolina. And to demonstrate Richardson's commitment to St. Louis and our company, just in the 3.5 years since the acquisition, we've invested over $12 million in capital projects, improvements at our operations. The next slide, well, I think it's out of order. Can you flip to the next slide? So this is a little bit of a pasta quiz. If you look at, these are some of the brands that we supply. The one on the far upper left is the Barilla pasta brand. We're the sole outside supplier to Barilla in the United States. If you enjoy fresh pasta, Rana Pasta is the world's #1 brand, and we supply their plant in Chicago. Locally, on the right-hand side, No Yolks is a brand you'll see at Schnucks or Dierberg's, as well as Cremette. Both of those brands are manufactured at the pasta plant across the street from us. Bottom left, Chef Boyardee is ConAgra, owned by ConAgra. We're the sole supplier into that operation. Stouffer's is owned by Nestle, which is the world's largest food company. We're the sole supplier for the Stouffer's brand. And Knorr is a sort of a private label food ingredient customer that we have as well. You can go back to the previous slide with showing the land. So the land in question is a part of that development area. It's called Lot D. The specific parcel is nearly 12 acres. It's basically the bottom 3/4 of the green area. That area is nearly contiguous with our property, and that's the area that we're looking to acquire from the current owners. You can see the pasta plant, which is the large white rectangular rectangular building. You can see some of the developments that Green Street has built on the rest of the footprint of the development area. Our operation are in the upper right-hand corner of that photo. So our interest in the property, again, it's contiguous with our footprint. We would like to expand our operations, grow our business, meaning capital expenditures, as well as, frankly, additional jobs. Our intention, if we are able to acquire this land, is to first expand our rail trackage and then look carefully into other options that we can work with the rest of the land. So we're looking to invest and continue to bring good jobs to the city of St. Louis. The reason we're asking for this board bill is that with the agreements that were placed with the current owner and the city with respect to the various agencies, it creates uncertainty of whether or not we'll be able to develop the land the way we would like to do that. And so that's why we're asking for this. And Alderwoman Schweitzer has been instrumental and very helpful in working with us and hopefully getting this taken care of. With that, I'll ask if there's any questions about pasta or anything else.
Thank you so much. Alderman Cone?
Good morning. I've been very familiar with the operations down here for a while. Was familiar when there was some consolidation at the property a few years back, and probably several years back at this point in time. But was supportive of it then, and certainly supportive of it now. You all are creating jobs in an area of the city that has seen a lot of disinvestment over the last several decades, and we've seen that along South Broadway with some of the buildings that have been torn down or have been kind of demolition by neglect, so to speak. And so appreciate you all continuing to invest in the community down there, and very much love eating pasta, and I know a lot of St. Louisans do too. So egg yolk pasta is really great in a beef stew, by the way. But any appropriate for the weather that we're having at the moment. But thank you for your continued investment in our city and the neighborhood that you're currently in. Thank you.
Alderman Brownie?
Just echo my colleagues' comments. Just appreciate you, the opportunities you're bringing to the city. Looking forward to supporting this, and thank you for your time.
Alderman Aldridge?
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you, Alderwoman.
President Green, did you have any questions? All right. No questions from me as well. Thank you so much for your continued commitment to the city of St. Louis and to our tummies, huh?
Thank you very much.
All right. With that, you're welcome to close.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just due diligence wise, I did ask SLDC to come. I know I've spoken with all of you and talked about this bill, so I'm not committed to that they have to speak, but in case anyone does have questions, they're here, just due diligence wise. I want to just point out in closing that there's not a new TIF being created, and the current TIF is able to meet all its obligations without this parcel, and I did ask questions like that when talking to the people who are involved. I really appreciate you all supporting this so I can keep a really wonderful investment and company happening in my community. Thank you.
Absolutely. Madam Clerk, did we have anyone signed up for public comment?
We do not.
All right. With that, I'll accept a motion for Board Bill 150.
Let me check the Zoom, make sure there's no one hands raised. We have Mr. Page, his hand is raised.
Mr. Page, can you turn your camera on?
I'm moving him over.
Good morning, Mr. Page. Can you raise your right hand? Swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Please repeat, the volume is very low online.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Page. Can you raise your right hand and swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. And just for clarity, you're here to speak on Board Bill 159?
Good morning. How's it?
Good
I
morning,
do.
Mr. Page. Are you here to speak on Board Bill 159?
I think he probably for 153.
That is correct.
All right, please proceed.
Am I ready to speak?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Once again, good morning, everyone. My name is James Page. I serve as Executive Director of the St. Louis Downtown Neighborhood Association, and I am a 22-plus year resident of downtown St. Louis. Madam Chair and members of the HUD's committee, DNA was an active participant in the legislative process that resulted in creation of Board Bill 131,
Mr.
which offers
Page,
Point of
Mr.
order.
priorities
Page,
for
Yeah, thank you.
spending
Mr.
the funds
Page,
generated by the RAMS settlement,
Mr.
with the goal of
Page.
transforming significant areas of our city.
Madam Clerk,
I'm
can
a
you mute
strong
him?
advocate for downtown residents and business.
All right. And can you send a message to him, please?
I'm calling him now. Madam
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So assuming there's no other public comment, I would just ask for a motion for a due pass recommendation of Board Bill 159.
I would move that we pass Board Bill 159 with a due pass recommendation.
Second.
Previous row.
It was moved by Alderman Browning, seconded by Alderman Cone, with a call for previous roll by Alderman Aldridge, with no objections. Congratulations, Alderwoman Swisum.
Thank you, Chairwoman Clark Hubbard, and thank you, members of the committee.
What's she gonna do?
I think she said she's gonna wait.
Okay.
Where's Alicia?
Okay. She's gonna wait. She's gonna wait. So, do you wanna start? Okay. Is Alderwoman Spencer? Okay. Okay. While we wait on Alderwoman Spencer to come in, I want to be very clear that the whole purpose of us having public hearings is to hear from the public and to have public comment. So in no way, shape, or form would me as a chair ever want to hinder the public's opportunity, ability, and quite frankly, authority in this space to have public comment. So what we are doing is trying to work together as colleagues to be respectful of each other's time to do the work that we're responsible to do. So Alderwoman Spencer, I don't know if you want to take a deep breath and take your coat off and, okay.
Thank you,
And
Madam
as soon
Chair.
as you do that, we're going to
Apologize.
recognize you on Board Bill 150.
Board Bill 150. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the HUD's committee. And I want to thank you all for the few minutes of grace here while I spoke to members of the community who came to speak again. What I wanted to do in this continuation was make sure that anyone who had not attended the hearing Tuesday, if they wanted to wait for the 4 hours after this board bill that we're hearing next, I wanted to work that out. Everybody who is here, it's my understanding, that wasn't here on Tuesday is not able to wait 4 hours. And so I wanted to be respectful of making that option available if that was something that members of the public wanted to do. Given that, Board Bill 150, we heard on Tuesday. This is a heartbreaking bill, to be honest, because it is the dissolution of a taxing district. As I talked about on Tuesday, at the same time this summer, the board of directors of the Cherokee Special Taxing District approached me about dissolving this special taxing district. At the same time, the comptroller's office and counsel for the board presented me with the facts of the matter, which is that the business district is not in compliance. Dissolution is the only mechanism that the Board of Aldermen has, to my understanding, to rectifying this issue. And we have a duty as a legislative body to dissolving taxing districts that are not in compliance. What happens with the assets of a taxing district is up to the taxing district. And when we, as a legislative body, authorize a special taxing district, we are giving a group of citizens an awesome responsibility of handling tax dollars and shepherding them within the law. Sometimes taxing districts do not follow compliance. We have seen that in the state auditor's report. We have seen that in the reports of the media when taxing districts go awry. And it is our responsibility to dissolve taxing districts that are not able to be compliant with state law. And that is the situation we are in right now with this special taxing district. And so with that, the facts of the matter are that the board of directors have petitioned the Board of Aldermen to dissolve their taxing district, recognizing that they're not in compliance. And so it is my position that we should do our duty of following that. I know there was, as we discussed on Tuesday, some disagreement about what to do with the assets that the taxing district has. And that is unfortunately a matter between the taxing district board of directors and they have the authority to determine what happens with those assets. I want to point out again to the members of the committee that dissolving a taxing district is not something new. The Board of Aldermen has done this several times in the past few years. Again, I share my heartbreak over the situation and recognize that this is not an ideal outcome. But I do not see another path here. And when we have a taxing district that is failing to be compliant, we have to do our job. And with that, Madam Chair, thank you for hearing this in advance of a much longer hearing that we're anticipating today. I really appreciate the opportunity to continue the hearing from on Tuesday. And while we have been working diligently to address some of the issues brought up by your committee members, this committee last Tuesday, if there continue to be issues and questions, we will continue to work through that as we go through this process, solving this.
Thank you so much, Alderwoman Spencer. Unfortunately, during your comment opening, I did receive word that the internet may be down, which means the Zoom and STLTV is back now. Okay, great, good. We can keep going. Okay.
Would you like me to repeat?
No, no.
I'm just kidding.
We hear you. So
Would you like me to ad-lib?
no, Cliff notes.
I could do anything.
Okay, we're back up. So what we'll do now, if any of my colleagues that are still here don't have any questions, we'll go ahead and open it up for your public that may have comments.
You did want to do that. Okay, I
We
was
said
we would not do that. But I'm okay with either way. Of course, I would never say no to public comment.
I was under the understanding that there was some conversation that you had with some of them about maybe ones that had spoken prior, or, and you mentioned that in your comments.
People who had shown up who were unable. We did hear from members
Yeah.
of the public on Tuesday. Rather than rehashing that, I was trying to make sure that anybody who wasn't unable to show up on Tuesday, who showed up today for the continuation, the understanding I had was that we were going to take public comment only at the end of the Rams bill for this. But I think there were 2 members of the public that were unable to come today that may be interested in making a public comment.
Absolutely, that was the understanding. So are the 2 of them here?
You and your leadership on this.
Are the 2 of them in the room now?
Did you want? Yes.
We have Jay Hammond and Jonette
Yavanka? It's Yavanka?
Banca.
Yes, Yavanka.
Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Absolutely,
Really
ma'am.
appreciate it.
Can you raise your right hand? You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed.
Yeah. I think what I really want to say is
Excuse
that,
me, ma'am, can you say your name, please, for the record?
oh, Yavanka Hammond, and I own Hammond's Books. I've been there for 45 years. I'm a serious business. I'm open every day. It's not a part-time thing for me. 45 years ago when I came down there were just a few businesses, all struggling. In fact, it was so downtrodden that people rented the shops for $50 to use as storage. We've come a long way. Because of the taxing district, we've been able to produce a first-class brochure, which in coordination with the Visitors Bureau, we send out to people who are visiting from out of town. We are very visited a lot of times, very often by out-of-town people, as well as local people. There are some very well-established businesses on the street, but you know, we're all small businesses. And I think that my main point is that none of this was ever explained. The merchants haven't had a chance to really process any of this. Some new merchants who came down after the taxing district started, they don't know where the money came from. I don't know where they think it came from, but I don't think they realize that the taxing district is supplying a lot of our assets. So I would be sorry for it to go away. I think that there may have been some missteps, but I think it's something that we can fix rather than throw away.
Ms. Hammond, that's your time.
I don't know if we'll have that opportunity, but I really hope that we will, because
Ms. Hammond, that's your time.
I'm sorry?
You can finish your
It's an important district, and I think that we bring a lot of interest to St. Louis. It's probably the only city antique district, so thank you so much. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we have Jonette Mavers.
Good morning, Ms. Neighbors. Can you raise your right hand? Swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I opened my first store in September, Labor Day. It'll be 25 years ago. We opened our store on Cherokee because of Antique Row. We've been there for 25 years. We've had other business districts try and get us to move to theirs, but we enjoy being in Antique Row. We love having people from out of town come pretty much every weekend to come to Antique Row. I don't think anyone realizes what the taxing district has done for our little neighborhood. And if we have no taxing district, we won't have all the niceties that we have right now. We won't have funds for our cookie spree. We won't have any of the special events we have with that money. We have poles that the taxing district has provided for signs. We have Christmas decorations, which we provide now. We have benches, we have trash cans. From what I understand, if we can't pay the insurance on that, we can't keep that. That will all be gone, which will change our street dramatically and we won't be having stores moving down for Antique Row. So I hope we can keep it. I think the merchants should be given a chance to fix the problems instead of letting a board that's not compliant decide to do away with it and what to do with our assets. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the HUD's committee. Just in wrapping up, I want to just address the 3 questions that the committee had on Tuesday, one of which was the legal opinion. Lewis Galley did issue one. I think the committee received that, so we did make sure that we were following the guidance of our legal counsel here. Number 2, which was with regards with the assets, what happens to the assets of the special taxing district. You know, by law, the district board of directors get to choose what happens to the district's assets. That's the case when a district is in existence, and anything that's left over at dissolution will revert to the city. So, you know, when we give the board of directors or give a taxing district the authority, that remains in place until the taxing district is dissolved. And so those assets do get to be determined by the board of directors. Speaking of which, the 3rd question was about that. And I think members of the public brought up some pertinent and important questions about the vacancies in the board of directors, those those folks serving beyond capacity. The way that this taxing district was set up in 1996, the appointments go through the mayor and they're presented to the Board of Aldermen. In the last 4 years, there have been 2 applications that I've been aware of to the mayor's office. One, Mr. Farley, was approved, and the other, Shirley DeMay, was not approved by the mayor and not presented to the Board of Aldermen. That was before I represented this district. It's my understanding from a member of the public that an additional application has been made this fall, and that has not been presented to me. The reason for which I don't know the answer to that. That's a question for the mayor's office. But at the end of the day, up until very recently, members of the public, you know, there have been vacancies, and it is important to recognize that you know what our authority as the Board of Aldermen is on that case, and it's to receive recommendations by the mayor's office, the entity to whom the applications are made. Lastly, I just want to echo the thoughts of the members who are expressing dismay over the dissolution. Despite all the infighting, okay, and I know there's been a lot, this is heartbreaking. This is not an action I would want to take to dissolve a taxing district, and I'm sad to be standing recommending it today. But again, when I was presented with the facts from the counsel of our board and the comptroller's office, we're not in compliance. And it is my sincere hope that we can figure out a path forward to have a new taxing district. Mrs. Hammond, you're absolutely right. The value of having a taxing district, I mean, there's a tremendous value here. I hope that the community can come together and agree upon a path forward, one that doesn't require mediation and arbitration, and a collective benefit to the Cherokee business community. And with that, Madam Chair, I ask for your favorable consideration on the board bill.
We'll go with questions now. Alderman Cone.
Thank you. Alderwoman, you know, my apologies. I had to step out for a bio break, but what happens to the biological break? Yes, take care of biological
Excuse
needs.
me, Alderman, I thought you said wine break. I heard
So
wine break.
A
little early
not
for
to
that.
get into too many specifics there, but thank you for the additional questions, although it's my turn to question. So I'm just curious, what happens, is there a budget that's currently in place? I mean, these special taxing districts usually have revenue that's coming in. That means there's funds that are sitting in an account in the comptroller's office. So what does that look like here? I don't see like anything that really talks about that in front of me.
You're right.
So, you know, how much money is currently in the fund? What's going to happen to that fund? You know, how is the money going to be dispersed? Are there obligations that the SBD currently has that need to be taken care of?
These are excellent questions and ones presented by members of the community. They have questions about this as well. Look, the special taxing district is supposed to report their budget and their revenues to the Board of Aldermen every year. This has not happened. Again, the district is out of compliance. This is a problem. This is a recognized problem by myself and by this committee. By law, the taxing district, the board of directors can vote to do with their assets as they choose to do. It's part of the awesome responsibility of being a special taxing district. The failure to provide, to move forward, to provide those documents to the Board of Aldermen is part of the reason why I'm strongly supporting the district. I don't see another path forward. This is heartbreaking, especially in an election cycle. I mean, this is not what I want to be doing at all, but I do not see another path forward. How they get to disperse or dispose of the assets is written out by state statute. The board of directors, they can donate them. They can do a whole host of things within the law. Any special taxing district can do. Anything left at the time of dissolution reverts to the city.
But
That is by law, and we don't have a choice in that matter, and that's what's spelled out in state.
correct me if I'm, misspeaking here, but revenue is collected from the special taxing district. It's sent to Jeff City. Then it goes to collector of revenue. Taxes are paid to
I
the
don't believe
collector
it
of
goes to
revenue.
Jeff City first. I think it comes straight to the collector of revenue, but yes.
Well, they send it to Jeff City, and then it
This
gets
is a special
dispersed back
taxing
to this-
district that's a real estate tax.
Okay,
And I think there is a small,
sales tax.
it's collected, it goes to the collector of revenue's office.
And then it goes to the comptroller to be put into a fund account, and then those fund accounts are generally then dispersed, annually or, however prescribed by ordinance. So do we have a sense of how much money annually they are receiving?
Yes.
So what is that amount?
I think it's my understanding it's between $17,000 and $20,000 a year.
Okay.
It was described by another member of the public on Tuesday as enough money to fight over and not enough money to really do the important work that a community improvement could do. I'm not saying that's the facts. I'm saying that is how it was described to me as by a member of the public who was describing the assets of the district.
Okay, and I just need to make a point of, this is not a community improvement district, it's a special business
taxing district.
Yeah, special business district. So, because I have some neighbors who are involved in a community improvement district that are watching, and they were asking me questions about this. So, so we've got about, maybe $20,000 a year that are being collected, and then are those being dispersed to the district, or are they still in the comptroller's care?
It's my understanding they have been annually being dispersed to the district, and they've been doing good things. I mean, Mrs. Hammond mentioned, the cookie spree. There's a petting zoo that generally play. There's a host of things that, brochures that the district has been participating in. That's been beneficial. I mean, that has been helpful to bringing awareness and marketing to the district.
Okay. Have there been any conversations with the comptroller around just stopping the dispersal of funds until the compliance issue is resolved?
It's not just a compliance issue. There's two separate things. One is the compliance issue, but the board of directors themselves have petitioned the Board of Aldermen to dissolve their district. So we have two things going at the same time. They just happen to coincide simultaneously. When the board of directors of the district petitions to dissolve itself rather than work through the compliance, we can't force a new set of board of directors to come in and make the district be compliant. There's no path for that. It's very, very unfortunate. This is the last thing I want to be doing. But the reality is there's not another legal path forward to my understanding.
Okay. Thank you, Alderwoman.
Yep.
I don't have any further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Alderman Browning.
think-
Alderwoman Sweitzer.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you, Alderman Spencer, for being here and for all of the time that you and your staff put in answering all of the questions that I had last time. I'd say just for a note, I am supportive of the dissolution of this from the information that you've presented. I would just hope that as the board decides to dissolve, that they're finishing doing everything that they should have been doing with reporting and making sure that as they close up, they have done what they need to do to meet the letter of the law. And that's something that I just think is really important as it dissolves. And I look forward to seeing the future discussions with whether the Cherokee Street SID can be enlarged to include this area and what people do to keep the vitality alive in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. I'll say you have my commitment to making sure that we have the reporting required. I want to thank former Alderman Dan Gunther, who's been helping with this, and our clerk, who's been outlining what the process should look like as far as making sure we have public comment, public notice, and that sort of thing.
You can't make a point of order, ma'am.
Alderman Browning.
I think you've answered a lot of the questions I already had in our conversation and in the last meeting. So I just appreciate you being open and being willing to answer questions about this. And I have no other questions. Thank you.
Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you, Alderwoman, for also sending out that information. This sounds like it's some things going on in that area that is unfortunate. I would hope that maybe in the near future that there can be either an expansion of the Cherokee SID or some type of collaboration and work together in the near future. I'll be a present vote today because I don't want to get into the drama and the hot mess of what's happening. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
I don't, out of respect for folks' time, I won't be too long. I, appreciate you coming before us to answer questions and to speak. And, I think when we have operations that aren't operating effectively, we should reevaluate them. And sometimes when we reevaluate them, we will determine that it's best to end. So, it's unfortunate, but there can always be restarters of things. Everyone is certainly welcome to, continue to stay, but I think if there's problems, it's good to take action on them.
Yeah,
Thank you.
With that, Madam Chair, I'll just make a final statement. This is a really important district. While we know Cherokee Antique Row has been a really important catalyst to the development of the neighborhoods, Benton Park, and Marine Villa. So I hope that this, maybe we can all agree to at least go and patronize a business down there in the next couple weeks. This is a heartbreaking situation. I hate being here and doing this, but I just, again, don't see another path forward. With that, I reiterate my request for your support on the board bill, Madam Chair.
Yeah, absolutely, Alderwoman Spencer. What I'll say just as a note is I think Alderwoman Schweitzer pretty much summed it up with the notation of being in compliance with the letter of the law. And so that has us in a situation now where we have to make a decision, not because we would pretty much even probably want to, right? But have to. And we also want to note that this could be an opportunity for the businesses on there to now empower themselves and shift into a new district if this carries its way out. So I just want to also note that some things that look like an end are not an end, right? And you have support. One, first and foremost, and I think I can speak for all my colleagues up here, why you have the support is because we want to support you to continue to be in business in the city of St. Louis. That's the bottom line. And so this right here, while this is out of our control, again, noting the letter of the law and what we have been given from our legal counsel down here at the Board of Aldermen, we all can still, from our positions, support you all's businesses, and we can support you all's efforts to come together and then move a new district forward. So with that, I'll accept the motion for Board Bill 150.
I move that we pass Board Bill 150 out of committee with a due pass recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved by Alderman Browning and seconded by Vice Chair Sanye. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Objection.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone.
Present.
Alderwoman Schweitzer,
Aye.
Vice Chair Sonier,
Aye.
Alderman Browning,
Aye.
Alderman Aldridge,
Present.
Chair Clark Hubbard. President Green. We have 2 present, 5 aye votes.
All right. With that, you successfully passed Board Bill 150. Vice Chair Sanya, you are recognized on Board Bill 153 Committee Sub.
Let's go have our slides in front of us as we go. Okay, good morning still. Good morning to HUD's committee members, to community members who are here. This is quite the discussion to have. I just first want to start and thank everyone who has put time into this bill in any kind of way. I know there have been many meetings, 6 hours for us before. You know, we've been doing quite a lot here as far as hearings and even outside of this, many meetings with so many stakeholders. And again, especially following the committee of the whole process, thanking everyone who has just kind of engaged the entire time and plugged in. Today, I'm very happy to be standing before you all with Alderwoman Boyd, who I have had the honor of working with. One of the things that we heard over and over again in previous committee hearings, the both of us, was that, you know, hey, we really would like you all to come together. We really would like to see you all collaborate. And then as we went through the process, we found that our legislations were taking aspects from each other and were starting to mirror each other. And so we did something that I think happens too rarely in the city of St. Louis. We came together and said we have some common interests, we have some common goals, we have some important perspectives, and we share something. So is there a way that we can blend that and we can collaborate instead of compete? And so for that, I just really want to make sure that I thank Alderwoman Boyd, and again, thank all the community members. And before we begin, which there is a presentation for you all, I'm just going to pass the mic to Alderwoman Boyd.
Thank you. Thank you all. And we appreciate you all allowing us to come before you. But I think this is a historic moment for the St. Louis Board of Aldermen, because when it first started, it was a division. And so Alderwoman Sonia, which I'm honored to be working with her, we have showed that senior alder people and freshman alder people can work together. And it's not about who's right or who's wrong. It's about the city as a whole and how we can rebuild our city. And so, as she stated earlier, we are really a lot of things we are think alike about. And people don't realize that. You know, people think, well, you know, she's young and she doesn't understand. She has compassion for some of the things that I've had compassion for. So I'm honored that she did something that I think it needs to happen with the Board of Aldermen on a continuous basis. We have to listen to each other, listen to our community, and listen to the business world, because all of that is going to be a part of how to rebuild St. Louis City. And all I keep thinking about is 30,000 people. And if we do that, we could bring 40,000 people back into our city. So thank you again, and I'm honored to stand beside Alderwoman Sonia, and I always wind up calling her last name, her first name, but Alicia Sonia, I'm honored to be standing next with her, and I look forward to us doing more and greater things in collaboration and not separation. Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion to adopt the committee substitute
So move.
to Board Bill 153, Board Bill 131/153 Transform STL Act. We have officially renamed it.
No. I'd like to make a motion, we adopt the committee substitute as a committee substitute for Board Bill 153.
It was moved by Alderman Aldridge, seconded by President Green. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Vice Chair Saunier.
Aye.
Alderman Browning. Alderman Aldridge.
Aye.
Chair Clerk Hubbard.
Aye.
President Green. Alderman Cone. We have 6 aye votes.
All right.
Thank you. So we just have, it is an entire committee substitute, so you all know, and Alderwoman Boyd knows now that I love a presentation. Just to kind of explain things and summarize things, especially for something as important as this, we know that there will be questions, so it's best if we have things on hand that everyone can reference. So I first want to update the bill summary. It is $294 million. As we know, the money has been sitting in an interest-bearing account since we began conversations, and so there's been some additional funds that is a part of the committee substitute. There are some updates to the whereas clauses, and I think this really speaks to, making sure that the priorities of both bills were blended and acknowledged. We pulled out a few of the most important ones. One of the most important pieces of this legislation that I'm really proud of is this investment in disinvested communities. I think that is critical, and it was something that was missing in the original, missing in the bill that I originally filed. And so I think it's important that we address that. I think we heard this narrative over and over again from folks in the community talking about, in some ways, 2 completely different experiences of life within the same city because of a lack of, because of a disinvestment. And so we thought it was important to call that out. And then we also wanted to make sure that we acknowledged private-public partnership. It's a lot that is talked about and speculated, and I think that's gonna be one of the most important things of this legislation is we're gonna begin to talk about what should that look like, what are the criteria and merits of that. And then we did also talk about the continued development of downtown. There was so many people who came before us that expressed that being such an important priority. And many of my colleagues have engaged with a lot of conversations with me, feeling like the trajectory of the specific ward that they may represent is tied directly to the success of other parts of the city, including downtown. And then there's also some language that was added that recognizes Greater St. Louis's public commitment to support the increased access to childcare, post-secondary education, and training opportunities for youth and workplace development. Those are the people's bucket, and so our people's bucket has been tailored to city workers, but they are making a commitment, should that be built out, to support the building out of that to make it accessible to other city residents.
Okay, so the next one is Section 1, Public Purpose. Language added to reflect the addition of dedicated funds to North City and how those also satisfy the public purpose. Language added to reflect the addition of dedicated funds to downtown St. Louis and how those also satisfy the public purpose. Community Development Innovation Funds, definition, move to correct alphabetical order position, removal of reference to Community Development Innovation Fund Board, added definitions for downtown and downtown plan in North St. Louis, changed the name of St. Louis Future Funds to St. Louis Workforce Funds, removal of references to the Children and Families Endowment Fund and the City Workforce Fund Board. Section 3, the citywide infrastructure funds, the City Water Infrastructure Fund, added eligibility use of supporting the creation of the city water plan and studies, including rate analysis. The citywide mobility infrastructure fund amount decreased from $60,000 to $40,000. Language added clarifying the priority is EJ 1, 2, and 3. Language added to existing eligibility uses clarifying that funds for streets projects shall be available for all city streets, included those located in neighborhoods.
And I just wanted to highlight that some of these things were of direct importance. I don't know if Ms. Laura is here today, but we've had community members who have come and really talked about the water, as far as the water department being interested in like metering and if that would impact their affordability. We have a huge advocate for the water department here. And so we wanted to make sure that there was language included for a rate analysis to be one of those studies and that was named. And so that language was added within the water, specifically within the water fund, so that we can make sure, I think especially at this time while we see the cost of utilities being proposed to raise often, that we're able to make sure that they are raising in accordance and reflecting on that. The next section is, and then also the definition of adding all city streets, including those located in neighborhoods. That was absolutely something that Alderman Cone was a huge advocate for and really clarified in the legislation that was a piece that was missing as well. Okay. And then, of course, there's Section 4, which is the City Workforce Fund. This bucket is the bucket that has had the most change, so I think it's really important to talk about this. There was a lot of conversation about these new programs and these new ideas and, what is the role of city government within those ideas. And so this idea to invest in the workforce, this idea to help support quality childcare access, and this idea to also support folks going afterwards. And what we found from a lot of conversation is that a lot of people were not necessarily opposed, but there were some real concerns about operationally starting off on such a big scale, also some concerns about them being such new programs, and is it, maybe wise to start a little smaller, and how could we tie that to, our city's workers? And so there was, after discussion, the decision of, well, maybe we will just start these off by tailoring these to city workers. I know all of us as alders, and especially right now with the things that are going on on the ice, are familiar of the challenges, kind of staffing challenges and how that impacts us. And so using this as an opportunity for these bold new ideas to start by supporting our workforce, which was important because supporting city workers was one of the top priorities that was identified in the resolution that we all supported. It's something that we've heard constituent after constituent say. And so just starting to really think about how can we do this? If we cannot directly add to wages, what are some other, supports that are needed and beneficial? This gets into the specifics of these programs. Again, there was language that was added to clarify the specifics of the pilot program. Before, we had kind of language that basically said, prioritize city workers. This has been updated to make it clear that we would only be starting with city workers. There was some language that was adding to make sure that funds can be used to support provider training for programs to increase the supply under the child care point. We had a whole hearing that talked about child care and some of the challenges that they face. And so just really clarifying the languages and how that would work with this pilot program. The St. Louis Promise program, of course, one of the things too that we're discussing is when you're talking about starting with city workers, what are the workers that you're naming? And so kind of clarifying language throughout that it is for full-time sort of employees who would work 32 hours per week and have also been employed by the city of St. Louis for some time. And I think actually we landed on 2 years. And then added the requirement of an approval of an operational plan. I think this is really, really important because, again, there's been a lot of questions about a new program and wanting to make sure that things are built out appropriately. And so wanting to give us as a board the power to weigh in and to view programs as they operate. And then also the 5% administrative cost cap language is also added in this portion. You want to run programs, you don't want to spend all of it on staff. And then you'll also see the removal of the boards. And so just for clarity, all of the boards at this point have been removed. And instead that's been switched to departments, which has been based on feedback from community members and colleagues and departments. And so just thinking of some of the challenges that the city has with boards and using departments who are very interested and very excited about these things to do some of that work. All right, and then again, as far as the big changes, when you tailor programs and you cut them smaller, you of course need to think of what that might mean. And so for this, when you go from having, St. Louis Promise, something that's citywide eligible, to making it specific to city workers, it made sense to make a decrease there. So you'll know that that is now from 20 million to 10 million. And that is also, for the City Workforce Fund as well, since at first this was something that would have been for all city residents, cities workers to get training and access to those opportunities. But since we've tailored it, just making that change in funding.
Okay, Section 5, the Community Development Innovation Fund, Citywide Housing Fund. And we were really excited about this because it was going to go in more detail to help homeowners, especially those that were struggling to stay in their homes. And we also, Alicia and I did look at how we could improve what we do have and make sure that our seniors aren't displaced. So that's a big issue in our community as a whole because a lot of them cannot afford to repair their home. And so that's why we looked at improving and doing repairs to keep people in their homes. So the Citywide Housing Fund, the amount decreased from 70 million to 35 million. The language added clarifying their priority is EJ 1, 2, and 3. Language added at request of CDCs to clarify eligibility of CDCs for housing projects. Removal of the Community Innovation Fund Board and replaced with CDA. Language added clarifying that projects are funded through the regular annual budget process. Section 5, the Community Development Innovation Funds, Citywide Housing. She moving kind of fast. Language added clarifying that downtown is not eligible for these funds. Adds funds, prioritization, subsection language, and requirement of development a scorecard to evaluate projects, including a 20% scoring boost to EJI 1, 2, and 3 areas to be funded. Language added clarifying the fund accountability to include annual reporting requirements and appropriation in projects. And we thought that was critical about the reporting back because we see that right now as a city, it's a trust issue with our residents, and we want to make sure that they're coming before HUD's giving a yearly report update and telling what they have done with these dollars so nobody can wonder later on what happened or where did the money go. Section 5, the Community Development Innovation Fund, Citywide Neighborhood Development Fund, amount decreased from 30 million to 15 million. Language added clarifying that projects priority is EJ I 1 and 2 and EJI 3. Language added clarifying that downtown is not eligible for these funds. adds funds, prioritization, subsection language, and requirements of developing a scorecard to evaluate projects, including 20% scoring boost for EJI 1, 2, and 3 areas to be funded. Add funds accountability subsection language to include annual reporting requirement on appropriations and projects. Remove the community development innovation section.
Okay. Section 6 is the creation of a new fund, the Downtown Fund. It allocates $74 million to this fund. There's language added for eligible use of projects included in this area, and also language that makes sure that these projects are aligned with the Design Downtown St. Louis program. And then there's also some language added requiring that at least $30 million of these funds are dedicated to mobility infrastructure. I think that's incredibly important. There was just a lot of conversation between myself and others, and Alderwoman Boyd especially, about the desire to make sure that our infrastructure and mobility is really impacted and that it's still invested into. And so making sure that even if it's an investment that is within a concentrated area that is really busy, and so making sure that some of those funds do happen for pedestrian safety and vehicle safety. And then there's also language added that would require $11 million to be immediately allocated to SLDC and LCRA pending the purchase of a railway exchange and Millennial Hotel. This, again, is something that has kind of already been of discussion, have been a topic, and there are some proceedings going on with those properties, and so making sure that these funds are eligible for that use. There's language added specifically to kind of support some of the things that this should go to and some criteria around it. So making sure that some of the funds are used for housing development projects to address vacancy. I think it's really interesting when you think of downtown, but they do have residents, they do have folks that live there, and vacancy is, again, like downtowns across the city is pretty high. And so making sure that there's some support for housing. And then this other portion that is really unique to this fund is that in order to access anything within this fund, there is a legal requirement of a one-to-one private match. That is really important because I think today we're going to talk about the distribution of funds economically. And earlier I said, what does public-private partnership look like? And so certainly if there's private-public partnership, then there can't just be public dollars on the table. There has to be private dollars. And so making sure that these private dollars are at least a match and clarifying that they will be private dollars, and so not any funding that would come from any public government body, but an actual investment of private stakeholders. And then there's also language added to clarify that BPS and Streets will administer the infrastructure funds, really gets into the nitty gritty on how the housing fund will work for CDA and SODC. And then also some funded accountability. Again, it's a new fund, so we want to make sure all throughout these funds that there are regular reporting on what appropriations and projects are happening so that we're able to continue to see progress and ask questions as that moves. Do you want to do this one? Okay. And then the North City Fund. Again, I talked earlier about the importance of making sure that we invest in communities, and I think when we were having this conversation, we have talked about North St. Louis, and I know we all we've passed legislation that has led to conversations about it, especially here in HUDs, and so making sure that there are some funds that are specifically dedicated to that portion. And that there is an acknowledgement that, if there's been intentional disinvestment, then there does have to be intentional investment in order to reverse that. And so making sure that we use that opportunity to do such. And again, this was something that I would absolutely thank Alderwoman Boyd on her leadership for making sure that this was absolutely a critical, key, and core component of this conversation. And made sure to just be very clear about making sure, again, that if you've been intentionally disinvested, you intentional investment to address some things. And then you'll see that there's some language added to set aside dedicated pool funds, mobility infrastructure, $12.5 million, the redevelopment of vacant and derelict buildings, $7.5 million, the development of the investment of preservation of housing, and that is kind of has a lot to do with some of the things that Alderwoman Boyd mentioned earlier about not needing just kind of access to new housing and built housing, but how do you support people to stay in the housing that they're in? And so making sure that there is funds for them to do their repairs and to keep up with things. And then also the supporting of small business and nonprofits at $5 million. And so I wanted to, again, just clarifying that because there's this fund, that the downtown area would not be in areas outside of North City would not be eligible for these funds. A lot of clarification on the language added that the Board of Public Service and the Street Division will administer the infrastructure fund. So very similar setup to the similar funds, but since it's a separate fund, you do have to outline these things again. And the same thing about the annual reporting requirement on appropriations and projects. And I would say that one of the things that was talked about was a feeling that sometimes these investments happen, things come, but nobody's updating, and so nobody's really keeping track of how things are moving. And certainly a lot of thoughts that sometimes things feel like they move slower on the north side of the city. And so if they're able to get this report every year, it will allow us to all keep our eyes on that and track as things are happening and track how they're being built out. And this is just like a quick summary. Again, I know this was kind of detailed and still couldn't go through enough details. This is a very important piece of legislation that's proposing some things. And so just like a quick summary of how these things break down as far as each bucket within the legislation. And so in the mobility fund, there is 40 million that is citywide, and then you have 30 million that will be required of downtown. We did just leave that at 30 million, but I would note that because there's a requirement of a one-to-one match, that would actually mean there was going to be at least a $60 million investment there, and then 12.5 million in North City as well. The water is 40 million citywide. I think we have talked about this. Water is a resource that you cannot control when and where things happen, and so it's important to allow the water division who does that work to be able to make those recommendations and tell us what things are, and to leave some flexibility there so that you're not limited, and water is needed everywhere. So wherever those funds are needed and make the most sense, we're able to go to the water division for those recommendations. And then housing has 35 million that is citywide, but then another 15 million that is specifically for the north side of the city. And then for neighborhood development, there is 15 million citywide and 5 million specifically for North City. And again, touching back to, especially since there were changes, these other buckets, the City Workforce Development Fund went from 20 million to now 10 million. The subsidized childcare for city workers went from 37 million to now 30 million. And post-secondary education support went from 20 million to now 10 million. And then you also have two new funds created with an allocation to downtown of 74 million and an allocation to North City of 40 million that is dedicated, and $90 million total that is accessible. Okay, that we have done it. I know there are a lot of folks who are here to testify. I know there are probably some amendments in a drive. We would like to hear public comment before we take any vote on anything. So however you would like to proceed through that, Madam Chair.
That's how you want to proceed. So you want to go move to public comment, and then okay. Madam Clerk, do we have people online and in person?
No one has, yes, they just start raising their hands, so we have both.
That's online, but we do have people in person?
Yes.
Okay.
So you want to do the people in person first, or?
Yeah. Everyone that's in the room, have you signed up that wants to speak? Have you signed up on the sign-in sheet? And if you have, can you all raise your right hand and swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Right. Thank you so much. We go in the order of Madam Clerk's when she calls the names.
We have Yolanda Williams in support of Board Bill 131.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, we're on 153 committee sub. Just for clarity, I want to make sure that we That's up to the sponsor. So just for clarity, this is, I said, this is a very active meeting. So what we did here was adopt Board Bill 153 Committee Sub. So if you signed up on the sheet, just so happen if you signed up for 153 or 131, since you saw both sponsors up here working in tandem, then we will now want to make sure that we hear from you. Don't feel like we can't hear, we're not asking to hear from you if you signed up for 131, again, now saying that the sponsors are working together. So, but the announcement for clarity, because it's what we adopted and what we are on, is 153 Committee Sub. I'm sorry, ma'am. Did she?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Can you turn the green button? The green, press the button at the top where it's green.
My name is Yolanda Williams. I reside in Ward 11. And first, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the mayor, Mayor Jones, President Good, Alderperson Boyd, thank you so much, and Alderperson Sanye, and everyone here, and also the dedicated staff who worked tirelessly on this board bill. Your vision and commitment to rebuilding our neighborhoods are inspiring and are deeply appreciated. This bill represents more than just infrastructure or development. It signifies hope and opportunity for those who have been overlooked for a long time. Your inclusion of our community in this effort sends a clear message that every resident in St. Louis City is represented and we matter. We love our other neighborhoods as well, but I'm here on behalf of North City. So I want to thank you for your leadership. I am elated. I am happy that this combined board bill is here. And thank you, Alderman. Thank you so much. I'm so happy I had a speech, but please accept on behalf of the Penrose Neighborhood Association our sincere gratitude to all the alderpersons and all city workers that worked on this board bill. And please, please know that this sheds light in the community, that our alder people can work together and get things done for the city. Thank you.
Lisa Schreier. Shear.
It's okay. Hi, I'm here in support, I'm Lisa Shear, Ward 12 in the Baden area, and I'm here with the Child Care, Baden Christian Child Care Center. I'm a director there. We've been open for 26 years serving our community. And I'm here in support of Bill 153 with regard to child care funding. As I thought about, I've been up here a few times, and hopefully it's the last for you guys. And I do thank you guys for all of the work you've put into this and the support. I kind of want to talk about, COVID. And during COVID, a lot of us who have children didn't have anywhere to take them. And we saw the importance of childcare really quickly. And I'd like for people to think about that when they're thinking about how important it is that we have childcare, because businesses cannot run, people cannot go to work. I have friends who are deciding to have a second child or not, because if they do, they can't afford childcare, so someone has to stay home, right? So that means, and these are city, we're talking about Carondelet area. I have friends there who, they don't know, can they afford a second child, and then someone has to stay home. So when we think about these things, we've really, and I really appreciate all of the initiatives I grew up in North City by Wonder Bread off of North Broadway across from Walnut Park. It's not even a neighborhood anymore, but that's where I grew up. And then later we moved up to Baden, and so I love all the things that are happening for our city. But really we can't move forward without childcare. How awesome would it be that we can offer city workers childcare and some help with that? Anyway, I thank you for all of the work that you've put into it, and I hope that you listen to the people. We've done this for 14 months, I think, and people said that childcare was important, and it is. So thank you.
Thank you.
We have Charles Bryson.
Oh, I did the right hand. Thank you. My name is Charles Bryson. I'm representing TrailNet today. Want to thank Alderwoman Hubbard for her work today in this process, and I see the President of the Board, Green, here as well. So I appreciate all the work that you all have done. TrailNet has several issues related to the board bills, both Board Bill 131 and 153, and now the combination. And I think they still sort of resonate. Number one, we do realize, and thank you all, because we do realize that the city residents overwhelmingly supported issues related to transportation, one way, shape, or form, and that is included in the bill. And so we're appreciative of that. We also, though, however, and I see in various things on the board that the city streets division, it is a department, not a division, and that we want.
She goes and sleeps. Like it's.
Sorry. So we wanted you all to really think about beginning to build a city Department of Transportation. And that would be an excellent opportunity coming up to add personnel and projects to that Department of Transportation, and to expand both its operational capabilities and public outreach and engagement, which we know has been a problem lately. We want to make sure that you follow complete streets. And I saw that there was a recommendation in the handout about complete streets, but want to make sure that in whatever legislation needs to be passed, you're looking at complete streets as an entirety in its totality, and the problem may be recommendations that come out of the Capital Committee versus what might be complete streets. So that has to be, I think, upcoming legislation. We really want you to follow the path of the Transportation and Mobility Plan. That has been under huge, huge public engagement over the last year or more, and we think that because of that public engagement, there really needs to be continued discussion and work with that, that whatever the proposal is finally comes out of that Transportation Mobility Plan, because we want to make sure that that really is a focal point for how things are addressed relative to the infrastructure. I saw the use of an equity index in there, and we want to make sure that that is done, and done in a way that really, use the term jives, if you will, with the ongoing demographics of our city. And it's going to take some time and some investment in that process, but we really want to make sure that that is legislatively done. So we're going to see there's probably going to be a number of bills around what's getting ready to happen in the future, but want to make sure that a complete index, equity index, so that not we're just talking about the north side, but we're talking about specific areas of the north side. So we want to thank you. I want to thank you for your time, and we'll work with you all in the future to make sure that we have a good piece of legislation as we move forward. Thank you.
Paula Figures.
Good morning, everyone. When I made the proposal for childcare access, I did so as a mother of 2 toddlers who has experienced the childcare crisis firsthand. And although this will not be my personal struggle too much longer as my children get older, it is my hope that no other mother or family has to experience the stress, trauma, financial, and mental hardship that comes with wanting desperately to work to provide for their family, but not being sure how to secure childcare for their children to do so. I am a lifelong resident of North City, St. Louis, and current 12th Ward resident. I'm also employed by an organization that has supported me fully as both an employee and a mother. It breaks my heart to see the lies published about my employer when I know firsthand they are not true. We Power has never requested the city's public funds go directly to us, and nor are we now. We are calling funds go directly to the families, educators, and programs impacted by this childcare crisis in our region. What we proposed at the hearing in December would have benefited the entire childcare ecosystem, including but not limited to pre-K public school programs. St. Louis families and community voted for this, and it would be a slap in the face to the community to refuse what the people have asked for, especially only to pacify petty people. The only pacifying St. Louis should be doing is for the babies. Thank you.
Lindsay Bader.
Good morning, distinguished aldermanic members of the HUD committee. I'm here again, your friendly child care nerd at your service. I am so happy to hear our alders are coming together on a more cohesive plan on both of these bills. Thank you so much. My name is Lindsay Baker, and I'm a proud city resident residing in the 6th Ward, and I'm a mother of a 5-year-old. I am the Director of Advocacy and Community Partnerships at Southside Early Childhood Center, located in the 7th Ward. My daughter attended Southside Early Childhood Center since she was 12 weeks old. At Southside Early Childhood Center, we continue to do our best to provide our employees with generous benefits, such as maternity leave, health insurance, and subsidized childcare. At Southside, any employee that has a child under 5 may access a 50% discount off their child care tuition. I myself was lucky enough to receive this benefit, which helped save my family close to $20,000 by the time that she was done at Southside. I feel grateful that I got to work at the same place that my child attended childcare. It was a very special and unique time for me, and I know not all have the chance to do this. With that being said, I know for a fact by providing 50% off childcare tuition for our teaching staff has allowed us to retain high-quality staff at a high rate. So, for a city that struggles to recruit and retain city workers, giving subsidized childcare to city workers would be a giant step in retention. Let's get this done for our city. I'm very excited that Greater St. Louis is stepping up and really agreeing to engage with the childcare community to further on this issue. It's essential we do this together. Lastly, I just want to say thank you. My trash was removed. I couldn't be happier. Thanks, guys. We're in this together, okay? Let's see this through. Thanks so much.
Linda Nguyen.
Good morning, and thank you. That is the correct way to pronounce my last name. Good morning, HUD's committee. My name is Linda Nguyen. I am the Executive Director of the Community Builders Network of Metro St. Louis, and also a proud resident of Ward 4. Happy and always excited to be a city resident, serving a lot of our CDCs who work in the city. Today, I stand before you on behalf of CBN and our member organizations to urge you to amend this board bill to include dedicated funding for Community Development Corporation. These are CDCs, place-based organizations who are revitalizing neighborhoods, driving economic growth, improving quality of life, and ensuring sustainable equitable development is happening in our city. CDCs are already doing the work that's called out in this community development fund, to housing development, economic growth, infrastructure improvements, and community engagement. Yet they significantly are challenged every single day to actually pay for their staffing. Over the past decade, our city has lost over a dozen CDCs because there's no funding set aside to pay for their operations. Yet, we ask them to do this work every day in our neighborhoods. Today, we're at risk of losing even more legacy CDCs without dedicated funding to support their operation. CBN has several member organizations who have been in business for decades, and they're at risk of losing their business because they cannot pay for the staffing. They're unable to build the homes and engage their communities like their mission calls them to do. And that's a shame because that's where they shine their brightest. CDCs are proven champions of change, stabilizing neighborhoods and laying the groundwork for private investment. They take risk on developments before the private market, catalyzing transformation in historically disinvested areas. During COVID, they actually stepped up and responded as frontline staff, providing rental assistance, distributing essentials, and supporting residents through unprecedented challenges, all without adequate funding from the city. To ensure their sustainability, we propose establishing an endowed fund for CDC operation under this fund so that they can continue to serve our communities with programmatic support. Dedicated investments can actually expand housing opportunities, foster economic growth, preserve legacy, knowledge, and relationship essential for community trust, and stabilize neighborhoods. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with this fund can help secure the future of our CDCs in our city and the neighborhoods that they serve. Lastly, I want to mention there should continue to be public feedback. The removal of the advisory council under this fund is not a good thing because there should be continual feedback as to how this fund is addressing existing community needs, and for a department to make a decision at the end of the day how this fund is ultimately handed down is not okay. There should be and always should be a public participation in the fund of public funding. Let's not create more barriers by putting a lot of strains and restriction to funding this.
That's your time.
Thank you. Let's not create more barriers, not dilute this by giving just a few $1,000s to a bunch of nonprofit. Let's make sure that we're investing in CDCs that have the history and the knowledge to do the work. Thank you.
Tabitha Hunt.
Hello, my name's Tabitha Hunt. I'm a resident of the 11th Ward. I would like to say thank you to Pam Boyd for spearheading Board Bill 131. And I greatly appreciate Sonia for coming aboard to help. And they merged there too. So I'm grateful that we have people of power that's concerned about our city, and especially North St. Louis. I love my city. I've been in the city for 57 years. And I was just a little hurt when I moved to North City and saw how it was neglected. And as I read, I see it's been neglected for 70 years. So I'm elated that they're putting some attention on North City. And I hope and pray that it's not just certain parts of North City, that it's all of North City. Because where I live is in Penrose, and we have an association, and it's really, really blighted. And like, I have a house on my block that I've been trying to have tore down for 4 years. I mean, you got trees coming through it, you got drug activity, you got rodents. So I've been working with Ms. Keys to try to have that building torn down. So I just thank you for having some concern about North City. And hopefully, with all the concern, our property value will go up, we can get some new homes, and we will look like Central West End and Ladue. Thank you.
David Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. Ooh, sorry about that. My name is Dave Rodriguez. I'm the Secretary Treasurer for St. Louis Firefighters Local 73 and a resident of the 4th Ward. I'm here today just to provide some information, a little perspective, and encourage maybe a little further scrutiny of some of the most recent amendments to the ordinance. I want to highlight the significant reallocation of funds compared to the previous version of the bill. Specifically, over $77 million has been diverted from areas that would have directly benefited city employees. This raises a critical question. Were the original funds just overestimated in some cases by as much as 50%, or were these cuts made without fully considering some of their consequences? The community development category faces a $50 million reduction across its funds, significantly impacting efforts to fulfill its obligations, one of which is to stabilize vacant properties. These are properties that are not only public hazards, but also pose serious risk to the firefighters who respond to fires and search for our unhoused neighbors in those properties. The disinvestment in the citywide housing fund means fewer opportunities for city employees to become first. Next, in the people category, we see a $27.2 million reduction. This cut affects critical programs like training and education for city workers. These programs are essential for retaining and supporting our workforce that serves our community. And finally, the citywide infrastructure faces a $20 million reduction to the mobility infrastructure fund. Yet the north side and downtown areas now receive an additional $114 million in new allocations, with downtown getting 25% of the $294 million available. While it's important to invest in downtown as the city's core, the parameters for some of those funds are vague. For instance, there's at least $30 million designated for mobility infrastructure and beautification, but the terms of beautification remain undefined. In total, between the citywide infrastructure and north side, the downtown and disregard. I believe this warrants, ultimately, I believe all of this warrants a little more consideration into the long-term impacts of the ability to follow through with the projects of each of the funds or each of the buckets, and the impacts on city employees, public safety, and then ultimately our community. Thank you.
Rihanna Durya.
Good afternoon. My name is Rhiannon Duryea, represent 3,000 service employee workers in the city of St. Louis. I want to start by thanking everyone here today on this committee and everyone else who has worked on this board bill. It's been a tremendous effort, and I appreciate all the thoughtfulness and care that has gone into it. On behalf of the members of SEIU, I do want to speak in favor of the child care fund. Access to reliable and affordable child care and higher quality jobs for child care workers are top necessary preconditions for not only the financial stability of working families, but also economic growth and global competitiveness. Childcare is the work that enables all other work, just as physical infrastructure such as roads and bridges allow workers to reach their workplaces. We know from what we've heard from our members that childcare is one of the largest burdens that their families face, from finding access to reliable childcare to being able to afford it. We see our members have to take on extra hours, second jobs, to pay for childcare, or sometimes opt completely out of participating in the workforce in lieu of paying for childcare. Not only that, but we know, or studies have shown that workforce participation by women decreases when there is not access to reliable childcare. I think that the investment in childcare that this bill proposes is a really great first step. Would love to see the money invested in that restored to the original level, and piloting the program with city workers, I think, is a great foundation. Having our city workers having access to this benefit will benefit the city as a whole, because our city workers are the foundation of every other program that is a part of this bill or any other program that the city runs. And we need to support those workers in their ability to do their job and learn and grow and support our city. Would love, and success of that program, that pilot program, then being expanded to the rest of the city and city contractors, city other workers within the city, would be a boon for everyone who lives and works here. So thank you for your time.
Laura Barrett.
Thanks so much for all the tremendous hard work that you all put into this and all the work that you put in every day. I know it's been difficult to try to figure out how do we create the best, brightest, most progressive city we possibly can. There's a lot of talent, a lot of effort that goes in that all of you alder people have been exerting. We appreciate that very much. This is an amazing opportunity to have all of these dollars available at once and to make some decisions about them. I think that the framework that folks came up with is great. We would, of course, as SEIU Healthcare, we have about 1,000 workers in the city, right? They're low-income, mostly women of color, mostly heads of household. Childcare is a huge issue for our members, the members who work at Beauvais, at Hillside, at St. Louis University Hospital. We would love to see this pilot program expanded, as Rhiannon just stated. I would also just like to highlight the affordable housing monies that you all have dedicated. That is tremendous, and we're really excited about it. I was actually the campaign manager for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund back in 2003 when it was instituted. Janet Becker and I worked very hard on making sure that the city had a trust fund available. I like the structures that you guys have set out here. Just want to make sure that those funds are directed toward working people and low-income people so that we make sure that they are really serving the folks who need them. We have workers at SEIU who are homeless, who are working from their car. They're parking in the parking lot of the nursing home and going in to do their shift and then going back out to their car, maybe grabbing something at 7-Eleven. It's because the rents are very high. Housing prices are very high right now, and we need to make sure that affordable housing opportunities are available for them. I would also say that just to mention that many of our workers are working 2 jobs because of these costs of childcare and housing being so high right now. So keep going with these funds. Let's see if we can expand them, and also just making sure that public administration is done and there is public input into all of this is really important as well. Thank you.
Katie Berry.
Hi, thank you all. I'm Katie Berry. I'm here from the Realtors, from St. Louis Realtors, and I'm a city resident. I live in Ward 8, and I am speaking in favor of both bills. We just really wanted to express our thanks to you all for the hard work that has gone into this and for the prioritization of housing and for the investment in areas that have been disinvested in. So thank you very much.
Javia Gillum.
Good afternoon. I'm Javia Gilliam Sanford. You can see I'm running behind a very active baby. Okay, so I'm here in support of funding for childcare, and I am providing more of a personal anecdote. I am a sommelier. I am a business owner in downtown St. Louis. I also hold multiple higher education degrees, including data analytics, business intelligence, information system. In 2022, I decided to exit the workforce to become part of the ecosystem as an entrepreneur. I wasn't quite considering children at the time, but it happened. And so, with the support of my husband, I was able to be a stay-at-home mom and run my business. The issue is with that is that I never intended to be a stay-at-home mom. I've always wanted to be a relevant part of the workforce. That is extremely difficult when you don't have affordable or accessible childcare. We're looking at about $1,400 a month for childcare. That's really not feasible for a ton of people. And so I have a hybrid role of stay-at-home mom, business owner of 3 businesses, and I struggle every day. I have a very brilliant child. I am happy to be his caretaker, but I can only be as realized as a person as I am able to be after I'm done contributing to him. I think we talk a lot about the children, that's very important, but women do want to be part of the workforce, to be allowed to be part of the workforce. This is prohibiting us from being part of the workforce. I have benefited from Greater St. Louis. I appreciate them. They are played a major role in opening our door. But once again, there's only so much I can do if I'm toting around a 16-month-old with me at all times. And so I have a quote from James Baldwin that says, "These are all our children. We will profit by or pay for who they become." It's not a private matter. This is a public matter. My husband is also a child therapist. He specializes in play therapy. So I know firsthand from watching him that children are what we put into them. And if we want to have good communities to society in the next 20 years, that does start with them having accessible childcare and good childcare. Okay, we can do so much as parents in the home, but the socialization is important, and every child deserves that in our. So this is something that I believe the public, we have a responsibility to make accessible, not just to city workers, which is a good pilot, and but something that is accessible to everyone. And final thing, I did not grow up in the city, I grew up in the county. I've seen a lot of access to ECC programs, which I don't see a lot of access to here in the city. And so I would just love to give a lot of my family who's from South or North City the opportunity to access some of those things that I know was beneficial for me growing up. So, thank you.
Monique Thomas.
Hello, greetings to the Honorable Chairwoman and President Green, the full committee. My name is Monique Thomas. I serve as the Executive Director of Cornerstone Corporation, a place-based Christian community development corporation, CDC, serving the West End and Visitation Park neighborhoods. We also have the honor of serving as an administrative partner for the very resident-led We Collab Implementation Committee. At Cornerstone, we're one of those place-based CDCs that Linda mentioned with the Community Builders Network. But we hold a special distinction in that we are faith-led. So we lean into healing-centered community development, understanding that there is both material violence and civic violence. Material against the built environment with decay and vacancy, but also a type of civic violence that would stifle collaboration and relationship development as necessary ingredients for residents to have any real claim to sovereignty in these contested spaces, especially in North City. So I offer my full support to this fund and congratulate you for collaborating. I know that's a lot of hard work and it shows. But I also would like you to consider some special amendments and provisions, seconding much of what Linda already brought forth, to strengthen the built environment, but also the civic environment that undergirds truly redemptive work and investment. One, for supporting a carve-out for CDC's community-based nonprofit developers with established depth of real partnerships with relationships, this including really hearing and thinking about an endowment, which is commonplace in other cities. To I'm going to emphasize the importance of general operating funds giving us, as nonprofit developers, the space to make sizable investments in our staffing costs as a part of project costs. Here, I'd like to promise here, after I'm under oath, that there are no mythical figures supporting these powerful neighbors and neighborhoods. There are no Keebler elves. So we need to remain in existence to support powerful resident movements. And then the last one, I'm not sure who's in charge of this, but when you get to the application design and process and grant requirements, I ask you to consider consulting with local grant professionals to ensure the application is streamlined and reasonable, and that the reporting requirements don't put an undue burden on staffers or become a space for political theater, but they remain, thank you, necessary, not those nice to have requirements. This is a part of truly redemptive work to make space for trust-based philanthropic practices and how you shape the requirements of this investment. Thank you for your time.
Yolanda Williams. Tiffany Jackson.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Jackson. I come to you as a parent and of 4 thriving children and a provider who operates out of the 14th Ward, Hyde Park neighborhood. I am in agreement with this funding for child care, being that I've raised 4 successful children off of child care, depending on it. As we all know, having children and nurturing them from birth to 12 years old is really not easy as a parent. Without childcare, I don't think I could have done it. But being a provider myself of 13 years, I see the joy that the children have walking through the door. Sometimes we're the only place they get a hug, a kiss, or food. Giving us this money will at least help us to continue the nurturing of the children. And as a provider, giving the money to the child care will help us to have more benefits for our staff, where we don't have to decide whether we're going to feed ourselves or go to the doctor. If we have to feed ourselves or go to the dentist. If we're going to have to feed ourselves or pay our rent. But so I am asking that you all give us as much money, 50 million would be great. Give us as much money as you can to help us to raise and assist in raising good kids, nurture them, continue, and get our staff money so they can just live. Thank you.
Marcel Hagens.
What time is it? All right. It's officially afternoon, so good afternoon. My name is Marcel Hagens, Policy Coordinator for Action St. Louis. I will actually be speaking on behalf of our Executive Director, Kayla Reed, who unfortunately was not able.
Could you hold the mic?
Oh, you want me to? All right. So yes, I am actually giving comments on behalf of our Executive Director, Kayla Reed, who unfortunately had to go into another meeting. So dear members of the Committee on Housing, Urban Development, and Zoning, for many years, Action St. Louis has worked at the intersection of democracy, community safety, and housing justice. As a racial justice organization, we are deeply aware of the historic disinvestment in North City that has led to inequitable outcomes for Black residents in the city of St. Louis. This reality has guided our work, which often brings us to the Board of Aldermen, where we have collaborated with elected leadership on policy to support renters, expand our investment in alternative approaches to community safety, and provide direct investments in historically neglected neighborhoods. In my personal capacity, I spent 18 months serving as the chair of the city's Reparations Commission, where we heard the stories of families who suffered from political decisions made in City Hall that led to the decline of thriving communities and created the conditions for mass exodus of residents from the city. In October, we released our findings and recommendations that call for direct investment in the people of those neglected in those neighborhoods and investments in policies that would prevent city leadership from making the same mistake. Board Bill 153 at its core attempts to address some of the historic wrongdoings that we cited in our report. We applaud and support the fund established for the North City as a reparative measure for decades of disinvestment. However, the recent cuts to infrastructure and housing to stand up a specific fund for downtown is not historic or truly responsive to the participatory process that the city has undergone to arrive at the recommendations that guided the initial legislation. We have watched as private actors and corporations have been prioritized over working class residents and their vision for our city be funded at our expense. This is not historic, deeply undemocratic and consistent with the problematic political actions that we have seen for decades. This fund is historic and is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to directly invest in communities that are often unable to sit at the tables of power and don't have the capital to influence elected officials or policy. These are private funds that cannot be clawed back by governments that refuse to acknowledge the history of places like North City, St. Louis, and we should use these limited funds to invest in people and prioritize the people we often leave behind. While downtown is an economic engine for our city, we believe support can be given to those districts while not cutting essential investments to housing and infrastructure. We ask that you amend the bills to increase the allocations to housing, infrastructure, and childcare. Thank you for your work on this legislation, and we hope the public testimony today is considered before voting this legislation out of committee. And then, just before I wrap, I just want to second and make sure that you all understand that we understand how big and important that this is, but we want to make it clear that the people that we speak to on a daily basis say that they want investment in their community, whether that be North City, West Side, or the like. So, this is not saying no, we do not support moving forward with these funds.
Ms. Hagan,
what we
Mr.
are
Hagan.
saying is that
That's your time.
be appropriate with those funds. Thank you.
Ms. Hawkins? Okay, I couldn't read it.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tarek Hawkins. I'm the Senior Program Manager for a local regional CDFI named IFF. We are a nonprofit lender, real estate consultant, and community development organization who has the aim of assisting nonprofits across all sectors. In the last year, we have turned our focus locally towards early childhood education, and more specifically, the quality of each facility as it directly correlates to success in children ages 0 to 5. We appreciate the long-term goals of the Alderwomen's here and organizations like We Power, who are looking to bring universal access to quality, free, and joyful ECE experiences for all of our children. Their goal of addressing the city's early childhood crisis with sustainable public funding aligns with IFF's vision that we have of advancing equitable and transformational. But today is about those children who will transform and shape the future of our community. Our goal as an organization in the local ECE ecosystem is to create quality improvements to all facilities that in turn are effective in preparing our children for kindergarten and beyond. Nearly 7,000 families living in poverty in our city lack access to quality care, and that's unacceptable. Currently, as an early childhood advocate in the community with a master's degree in early childhood education and policy, I do not have quality access to childcare for my daughter, who's 4. With more dollars towards ECE under the new Transform Act, there will be more slots available and quality care. Parents will have the time to join the workforce at their most capacity. We need parents working just as much as we need children learning. Investing in our children is the best decision that city leaders can make today. Thanks for your time.
Kurt Weigel?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Kurt Weigel from Greater St. Louis, Inc., resident of the 8th Ward. On behalf of Greater St. Louis, Inc., I want to express our unwavering support for the substitute language you have before you. This substitute language does exactly what we need to do at this point in the city's history. We need to grow this city. If we hope to have resources to spend on infrastructure, people, everything else we need to do, we need to grow this city. We need to increase the tax base. The original concept that we put forward in the portal a year and a half ago now, we believe does just that. We believe the substitute language you have before you today does just that. It invests in disinvested neighborhoods that have been waiting 70 years for proper investment, and invests in downtown that produces 20% of all the city's general fund revenue and receives 5% of it back. That is a great windfall that then gets spread across the entire city, paying for infrastructure and services. We think that the bill language you have in front of you is an excellent compromise, and I want to specifically thank Alderwoman Boyd and Alderwoman Saunier for their work to come to this compromise. It has been beautiful to be part of that process, to see how this generational coming together has created what you have before you today. We think that this can teach us a lot of lessons moving forward as a city about how folks who started out with somewhat different ideas came together to create a solution that is best for St. Louis today and into the future. So once again, I want to express Greater St. Louis Inc.'s support for what you have before you today, and thank the alder women who are the sponsors, as well as all of you who have participated in these conversations that have gotten us today. Thank you.
Dennis.
All right. My name is Dennis Bogdanovich. I live across the street in downtown West.
Could you hold the mic in your hand so we can hear you?
Ward 14, represented by Alderman Aldridge. I am here to speak in support of the substitute. I think sometimes we forget that we're in a very fortunate situation. Most cities have a list of things that need to be fixed, but they don't have $300 million to fix them. They're usually looking for that. You can look to our neighbors to the west in St. Louis County, where they're constantly cutting stuff from their budget. So the bill as a whole, I know there's been some debate between aldermen whether the city should provide child care. And I think that's the wrong question to ask. I think the city should be providing a benefit of child care. And I'll give you an example why. When I worked in zoning on the 4th floor here from 2011 to 13, we had 5 people doing permit review. So a lot of these things in this bill are going to depend on city employees executing. Now there's 1 person. The other 4 retired, and they still haven't been replaced. So what better way to retain employees, to recruit employees, by offering a benefit like childcare that everybody depends on? That would really give us a leg up. If we can't keep up with salaries with the private sector or some other municipalities, but we can offer a benefit to recruit younger employees, because I think most of you know that the city workforce is getting older and there's not much in the pipeline to replace them. So why not stand out, lead the country by offering a benefit of childcare, which has been a topic not just here but everywhere. And then second point is, when we talk about downtown, we often talk about it in a way that it makes it seem like it's just a place where people come and play from the county or come to sports. But me, Alderman Aldridge, are one of 11,000 residents that live down here. We're down here every single day, so it is also a neighborhood and not just a place where people come and play. So I think this bill strikes a balance between fixing things that are broken or going to be broken, like water infrastructure, mobility things, providing that benefit to help us recruit and retain employees, and then also our biggest asset, and our biggest revenue producer downtown, gives it a shot in the arm. Thank you.
Our next speakers are online.
Okay, everyone that's online, are you able to, they're all moved over, Madam Clerk?
Yes, they're all moved over.
Okay, if you all can all turn on your cameras and raise your right hand, we'll swear you all in at the same time. It's just, how many of them is so I can make
Maybe
sure?
4.
Okay, all right. Good afternoon. Do you all swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. Please proceed.
First speaker is James Page.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is James Page. I serve as Executive Director of the St. Louis Downtown Neighborhood Association, and I am a 22-plus year resident of downtown St. Louis. Madam Chair and members of the HUD's committee, DNA is an active participant in the legislation process that resulted in the creation of Board Bill 153 Committee Substitute, which offers priorities for spending the funds generated by the RAM settlement with the goal of transforming significant areas of our city. I'm a strong advocate for downtown residents and businesses as well as for the adjacent neighborhoods in near North St. Louis, which I had the honor of serving as alderman of the former fabulous Fifth Ward. DNA supports Board Bill 153 Committee Substitute, sponsored by Alderwoman Pam Boyd and co-sponsored by Alders Keyes, Spencer, Oldenburg. But DNA recognizes and values the efforts of Alderwoman Saunier and Mayor Jones to ensure all areas of the city benefited from this one-time infusion of resources. I was extremely happy to learn that the parties, including Mayor Jones and her team, Alderwoman Boyd, Alderwoman Saunier, and Greater St. Louis, Inc., reached a compromise bill that both sides can support. Now, downtown and our neighbors in near North St. Louis didn't get everything we wanted. For instance, Board Bill 153 Committee Substitute does not clearly define support for development of owner-occupied housing, which we believe is crucial to the long-term success of our families and our neighborhoods. The $74 million downtown fund provided by the REM settlement and matched by Greater St. Louis, Inc. is sufficient to truly create transformation in downtown St. Louis. After all, this was the goal of all parties to this legislation. Thank you.
Carissa G.H.
What the alderman said.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carissa Gilman Hernandez, and I'm speaking today as the Executive Director of Dutchtown South Community Corporation, which has a footprint that includes wards 3, 6, 7, and 8. Somehow through ward reduction, we went from 4 aldermen to 4 aldermen. And then in my home life, I live in Ward 6. So yes, like I said, I'm the Executive Director of Dutchtown South Community Corporation, and I'm here to speak in support of substitute for the Board Bill 153 and the Transform St. Louis Act. DSCC has served Southeast St. Louis for over 50 years, and our footprint includes Dutchtown, Graveway Park, Marine Villa, and Mount Pleasant. I'm here to make 3 requests and 1 point in regards to the funding. My first request would be that I appreciate the community benefit in the Board Bill 153 proposal that includes $35 million to citywide housing fund. I would ask that you increase that amount by at least $10 million. St. Louis is a big city with an aging infrastructure, and we are currently losing population. All funds poured into housing support and stabilization will support St. Louis's need to maintain and grow our population. I can speak as somebody who is reached out to regularly by neighbors, neighborhood associations, and other nonprofits, seeing if we have the capacity and ability to take on a vacant building. And more times than not, our answer is no, we simply don't. There's just not enough support out there to handle the amount of vacancies that our city has. My second request would be that I'd like to make a suggestion for an improvement on Board Bill 153 in regards to supporting the CDCs. CDCs are doing a lot of work. We carry a lot in our neighborhoods, and we're doing it with very little staffing and operation support. So capacity building money that goes directly towards CDCs and helping keep us sustainable will directly benefit all of our neighborhoods. Our perspective on neighborhood development and support is rooted in relationships with people who are currently live here and those that have a deep commitment to Southeast St. Louis. Further, we have a staff of highly capable, educated, and talented individuals who are putting their whole selves into this work and ensuring that they have their paycheck and benefits met to ensure that they have a quality of life is important to myself and our organization. Dedicated city support would not just support the big projects that we are really desperate to do, but ensure that we can keep up with the little pieces of our work that are that need to be met. My favorite example is there's an elderly gentleman who lives in our footprint who calls me to ask me to Google things for him. And so I will take 5 minutes out of my day fairly regularly to Google things and let him know what they were and give him phone numbers and such. Because we describe our work as if there's a need, then we step in.
Ms.
My other
Hernandez,
request.
that's your time.
Okay. Well, I had other things to say, but I appreciate you all, and I can just send it, I guess, in an email.
Please do so that we can share it with not only ourselves, but our colleagues.
Great, thanks.
Christopher.
Hello, members of the HUDS Committee. My name is Chris Adelino. I live in the 6th Ward, and I'm here. I spoke before the committee last week in favor of Board Bill 153, but I wanted to actually get on today to raise some concerns I have with the committee substitute. Not saying I am in opposition, but these are concerns I think that are worth bringing in public comment. As you know, most of the process around this, it was a lengthy process that gave a lot of opportunity for public feedback over an entire year. And I think it is important, and one of the major things we saw out of that was one of the top priorities we heard from people in the city was that they wanted childcare funded. And to see, as this deal is made, moving away from that, not that it would be completely defunded, but to see the 25% of that budget being removed is a little concerning. It shows that maybe what we aren't prioritizing is the actual feedback we were getting from people over the course of this in favor of special interests or the business community, in this case, Greater St. Louis. I would suggest that if there is money to be had, if Greater St. Louis is, pledging to match that or whatever. And, I don't know if there's an actual written commitment to that or if it's just a promise that's being made that maybe they could invest that directly in downtown rather than having it be cut out the middleman of having money from Greater St. Louis go towards childcare, have that be invested in downtown, which seems to be where they want that redirected. I think that the matching funds that were raised by the alderwomen as part of their bill are a great start, but I think that one-to-one promise that's being made, is not a ceiling, that is a floor. There can be greater investment from the private sector, surpassing what is being brought by the public sector, and that would be a way that everybody could see the investment in the city we all want and need without taking money away from early childhood and education that I think is, as we've heard from many people testifying before today, such an important part of the day-to-day life of working people in the city, and I would hate to see that reduced in any form. Thank you very much.
Mary Fulsich. Mary, we can't hear you. Mary, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
We hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having us today to speak about this really important funding stream and the collaboration of everyone coming together. I come to you today representing my family, and my husband and I are both lifelong city residents from birth to now. We've chosen to stay in the city, to raise our family in the city. And we were even part of a long line of people who worked for the city. My husband was third generation who worked for the city of the St. Louis as a mechanic. His grandfather worked, raised 4 children, and retired from a garage working on cars. My father-in-law also did the same thing, raised 3 children, worked and retired from working at the garage. And my husband had every intention to do the same, work and retire from the garage, raising 2 children. However, we had to change those plans when we realized the cost of childcare, the cost of state licensed childcare in the city of St. Louis. It was really important for us not to leave the city and to raise our children here in the same community atmosphere that we grew up in. While we have been progressively moving closer and closer to downtown and closer to living in the historic neighborhoods that we've come to love, we had to make the tough decision for my husband to work 3rd shift while our children were infants, so that he could stay home with them during the day. And we realized that this is a privilege that not many people have. But it was one that was right for our family at the time. But ultimately, he ended up having to leave his job working for the city, which he had for 18 years, because there was no chance for additional job opportunities. There was the cost of insurance was extremely high. There was no childcare coverage. The benefits were becoming less and less. And so while it broke our hearts, he made the really tough decision to leave working for the city where his family has been working for 3 generations and get a job in the corporate world. We are still extremely big advocates for the city, big advocates for city workers, and support the childcare stipend or benefit that would come from these bills. We know both of our children have been in full-time care since he left the job with the city, and we understand the financial toll, but also the emotional toll that it takes on families to put their children in the care of somebody else. And I believe there was a woman speaking earlier who talked about that these are safe places for children to go where they get hugs and kisses and food and education. And the first 3 years of life we know is so important. And so the toll that it takes on a family to not only open their pocketbooks, but also to open their hearts and to give their children over to somebody else to help raise them is extremely important. And we need workers in the city. We need people to move to the city to reinvigorate and bring the energy and more funding and more energy and more kindness and caring back. And I just am in support of the bill, and I appreciate everyone's collaboration and the speed with which we can get this done so we can continue this momentum. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Annie Rice, and she needs to be sworn in.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rice.
Good afternoon.
Swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Annie Rice, and I'm speaking today as a member of Arch City Defenders. I'm here speaking to support the comments of Kayla Reed from Action St. Louis, given to you by way of Marcel, about this historic opportunity and the need to prioritize the areas of our city that have been defunded and the people of our city who have been disinvested in. There's important discussion happening here today. Testimony is showing that there are tangible needs in the community for childcare, for housing, for increased wages and safer streets. And then there are the slightly more nebulous calls for funding to support downtown because its success will trickle down to the rest of the city. That is something that has given me significant pause and something that we have shown over and over again that hasn't actually resulted in benefits to those who those benefits are supposed to trickle down to. Cutting the housing funds in half is deeply problematic. Reducing the child care funding is deeply problematic. When homelessness increased 18% in 2024 across the country, and with a presidential administration that's not likely to be as helpful as previous administrations, we ask that you focus funding into people, their housing needs, and childcare to help the people of the city have meaningful employment and participation in the economy that can help bring them out of poverty. The results of the surveys that this committee worked so hard to get out into the community were very clear, and we ask you to prioritize funding for those priorities and invest in the people of St. Louis in transformative ways. Thank you so much.
We have Dan Pistor.
Mr. Pisser, do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Yeah, hi, my name is Dan Pister. I've been a resident in the city of St. Louis since 2001, and I've been a resident in downtown since 2007. So, you know, obviously I'm very much so in favor of the money going to support downtown and all the initiatives for downtown. I'm one of the authors of the idea for downtown and contributed drastically to that, and so did the Downtown Neighborhood Association, which I'm the chair of. Many people think that, you know, a lot of the Rams funds was generated. You know, downtown was a big benefactor of the Rams being located downtown, and you know, this money was a settlement because the Rams are not any longer downtown. So when you get money from a settlement, it should go in to replace the revenue and to help the area that is now void of that revenue and those benefits. So, you know, I was in favor of $100 million going to downtown. Unfortunately, there's only 74 now, and I do think it still should be 100, and I stand firm on that. But overall, I'm in favor of the bill. You know, there's a lot of talk right now about childcare and the money going to childcare. We're all in favor of better childcare. You know, the problem here is, you know, is this the right way to pay for it? Is a one-time revenue source for reoccurring expenses the right way to pay for childcare in the city? And I don't think the Rams funds is the right way to pay for that. And there should probably be a different funding source that it would be more consistent and that would last a lot longer than the Rams funds. So those are my comments, and I thank you.
Thank you.
That's all of our speakers.
Ladies, come up. We'll start with questions. Or do you want to move forward? I know you said there are some amendments. Would you all like to move forward with amendments or do the questions first?
You can do the questions.
Okay, Alderman Cone. Okay.
Doing questions first.
Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone who spoke today. It was really interesting to hear the perspectives as the bills continue to change. You know, the concerns I have with the bill are ones that I've talked with both sponsors about. You know, with the portion that is piloting a program for city workers, I've asked a few times to see a survey that was done with city workers about what they need and what they've been asking for, and I haven't had that survey produced for me, so I'm not sure that we're focusing on enough city worker programs. It feels like city workers are sort of being shown as this is the first thing we're doing, but really this money is going to end up not being for them. And I think that city workers absolutely, I will be quick, Madam Clerk. City workers absolutely need to prioritize. Our number one job here at City Hall, providing city services, which cannot be done if the city does not have the workforce it needs. So I think that is great that city workers have been prioritized, but I don't think enough. And it seems like it's, you know, there's more work to do there. I think that one of the commenters, as public speakers, used a word I really thought was astute, which was dilute. It does seem like in compromising, it's just spreading the money out so thinly that I don't know that the neighborhoods or the things that we need to see big changes in are going to see it. A lot of the things I liked about Board Bill 131, which allowed a lot of my ward to be included in consideration for the funds, wasn't used in this bill. So a lot of my ward is no longer prioritized, even with great need in certain areas of the Patch, Carondelet, and Bevo, and I'm very disappointed by that. I have general concerns about management of some of the programs. Some of the most concerning things we've seen with the American Rescue Plan Act funds has been some of the management through SLDC of the Northside grants that's in the bill for them managing very similar programs. I don't think that the city has rebuilt the public trust that it needs to in order to successfully manage those programs. And that gives me a lot of concern for moving forward with those sections of the bill today. I also really do appreciate the inclusion of water infrastructure in this fund and the thoughtful amendments to that section to include the voices that people have, things that people have shared about water infrastructure and what they want to see. To me, a compromise is one thing, but agreeing is another. And I do appreciate that we are on the need to support water infrastructure. I look forward to discussing the amendments. I don't think this bill is ready to leave committee today, and I appreciate your time.
Alderman Browning.
Thank you. I have a question for Alderwoman Boyd. Are you in support of this bill, and do you think it is ready to pass out of committee?
No, I think there is some more work that needs to be done, and Alderwoman Sonia and I have talked about that. And so as Alderwoman Schweitzer spoke about Board Bill 131, we want to look at incorporating into 131 some of those amendments.
So you're looking at incorporating some of those amendments into 131?
Yes.
So there's two bills that are both dealing with the RAMS funds right now, and we were just told that this was a combo bill of 131 and 153, but it sounds like 131 is still a bill that is being worked on. Is that correct?
Right. We're trying to incorporate it into one number, not two.
So which bill are we trying to incorporate the other into?
153 committee substitute is a merger of the bills, but I think, to credit some of what Alderwoman Schweitzer said, to credit what the continued discussion said, in merging the bills, it's a lot of work, and there are still aspects that we want to make sure everybody is on board with. So we probably will do some additions. We know there's some amendments, and we probably will do some additions as far as things that people have, highlighted. Like, I know one thing we definitely talked about was it is not our intention to cut out Southeast City at all. And there's been some kind of interpretations that that's how it is. So we are saying that this is the bill that is in front of you is a merger of those bills, but we are understanding that in this process right now, we know that there's amendments in the drive, and we know that there will be discussion with others where there will continue to be changes.
Okay, but it sounds like 131 is still on the table.
Yeah. I mean, again, we changed the name of the bill to be 131/153. So this is the bill that is in front of us, but we are saying that this is truly two bills. Like, in our minds, the way we look at it, we have truly combined these bills. But what we are discussing is 153 committee substitute, but we have merged those. And so very much so, key components, as you saw from the presentation of 131, are in there or in this committee substitute, but we know that there are some things that need to be clarified. We know that you all are going to bring things forward, and so we are going to make sure that we make those additions, such as the Southeast clarity piece, making sure that we are clear that it's not our intention to cut that out. So that's what I'm saying, that to us, we look at these bills as a merger. I think you're going to keep drilling it, and I'm saying that the legislation that's in front of you is what we're presenting to you. Just to us, the way we look at it is this is a merger bill that also still will need some work and is still going through our process.
I understand. That's not what I'm hearing Alderwoman Boyd say. I'm hearing that 131 is still being a bill that is being worked on as a separate bill. Yeah. And she's nodding yes and saying yes.
So, and the reason why we're looking at that, like with Alderwoman Schweitzer, and she said her neighborhood was left out. In 131, her neighborhood is not left out. So we have to look at bringing those into the fold, what was supposed to be, what we were trying to collaborate in the first place. So as Alderwoman Sonia said, we are combining them, but we have to look at things that were missed from 131, from 153 to put it into 131.
And I'm understanding that you are asking for a vote today on 153 committee substitute.
Yes.
So the plan is to continue to amend this, what sounds like some pretty significant amendments as we just move it past committee.
We, again, because of the merger, we just want to make sure that all the details are in the legislation. And these were, again, two completely different bills. So while, like, legislatively, policy-wise, the process of merging them is, something that is actively being worked on, but like we, obviously we have to have conversations, we have to talk to colleagues. There's been some flags that have been brought to us, already, and I think you'll see that by amendments in the drive right now that we know need to be clarified in it. But yes.
I think the legislative schedule that we're on, it would make sense if we're trying to merge bills, which, is pretty atypical. We don't typically take two bills and push them together. So this bill can't be 131/153. It would have to be one or the other.
Right.
If you really want to move and merge these bills together, I would suggest having a brand new bill. And I realize it's too late in the session to do that, but there's nothing that really compels us to have to actually pass this session. In fact, I think the language in this bill needing to be as specific, especially when we're trying to make lots of different amendments to it, it's pretty clear that the language on this continues to need work, and it would be good of us to get that right. So I'll just start by putting that out there. I'll also start by saying I see some good in progress in this bill. I don't want to be completely negative. I think there is a lot of progress that happened in this bill. Clearly feedback was heard that I appreciate, like the different boards that would have required city staff to do extra work without extra pay. Those are gone. I appreciate that. The structure of this bill is improved. I think it's starting to look a lot better in terms of how it puts out the money. The focus on disinvested areas is also a positive. There are solid plans for downtown, and the way to make sure we invest that money wisely is to fund those plans. So I like what that is doing in this bill now, as well as what 131 does. The same goes for North City, who's seen decades of unfulfilled promises and are still struggling with the fallout of the 2008 financial mortgage crisis. So I am excited to see that there's money specifically for North City in this grant or this bill. I do have some questions about some of the pieces, though. And I echo my colleagues' comments about this being spread rather thin. So I'm going to zero in on something we've heard a lot about, which is the affordable child care funds. Section 4, page 13, the city workforce funds as they're being named now. I want to first start by saying child care, I don't think anyone on this board disagrees that child care is a need in our city, that working people, that parents deserve to be able to work in the workforce and have, that cost be subsidized in some way, because otherwise it's almost impossible to hold a job. I mean, in my own situation, my own sister-in-law, who is not a St. Louis resident, but still she stays home with the kids rather than go to work because it just makes more financial sense. If they had to pay for daycare, they would lose money if she went to work. So I get it. But as I understand in this bill, this is being offered as a benefit to city employees. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
So is the theory that by offering childcare as a benefit, we might attract more employees to come work in the city?
It would be a big support for city employees. And then two, we have to understand that this money is for a smaller audience. It's just like the whole bill as a whole is for smaller areas, so it's not for a broader area. So we could get more to address the smaller area, which is the employees of the city. And as we all as legislators know, our employees are paid less And a lot of them are, as I heard people were saying, they're going to pantries, they're getting energy assistance. And so this will be another step to help them to be able to live their lives.
So, and yeah, no doubt again that it would be a benefit to city employees, but I'm just asking, this is kind of being offered as a benefit, like it's a pilot?
Right.
Okay, and do we have an estimate on how many of our current employees might be able to use this benefit? How many employees have kids between 0 and 3?
We have rough numbers on how many of our employees, so almost about a quarter of our employees we know have children. We have not gotten specifics of a specific age group because some of that is considered personal information. And so there are conversations on trying to figure out how to get that number, but it's so far we've just been told that they're, they can only get so specific with, I guess, who is receiving what, particularly as it pertains to children and specific employees.
So, and how much of a benefit are we offering them? Are we fully subsidizing the cost of childcare, or are we only partially subsidizing it?
It is, the way that it would be set up for us is this, it would be, hopefully most of it will be covered. Again, childcare facilities do not have the same rates everywhere, so it would kind of depend on exactly what facility they go. Their childcare facility is a very high end and very expensive, and obviously this is a city benefit, and so there's an average. It could cover your full cost depending on where you specifically go, but right now the numbers in the information and program is talking about 10 to 15,000 per employee.
Okay. Sorry, repeat that last part.
Right now, the thinking is that this program would be able to fund about $10,000 to $15,000 in childcare per employee.
Per year?
Yes.
Okay. And that would mostly subsidize the cost, is the thinking?
Correct, but again, we're not going to control necessarily where folks go to get care. They have to be a licensed facility, but they can go to anywhere they want. So I think healthcare might be the best example. You get a certain portion that's subsidized by your employer, but if you go for a certain quality premium, there may be a gap there. So I don't want to falsely advertise it and say 100% all, but certainly a significant amount.
Yeah, I understand the cost of childcare is going to differ from person to person, and so that's going to be kind of a variable cost. What about multiple kids, providing that benefit if someone has multiple kids?
Yes, same thing.
So, and I guess when I think of childcare, it could be a nanny, it could be a babysitter. Is this just for people who send their kids to daycare facilities, or is this for, say, I have 3 kids and I don't want to send them all to daycare, I'm going to hire a nanny to take?
It has to be a child care facility because we would have to be in relationship with the child care facility. We would not have individual in-home things. And again, it also has to be a licensed facility, which different professionals, babysitters or nannies are not necessarily certified. And a part of this is not just saying, child care advocates actually encourage us not to use the term daycare. They like the term child care a lot better. And again, a part of it is not just them getting child care, but getting quality child care, which you cannot assure if you're doing individual in-home providers what the quality is. But being able to make sure that it's a licensed facility and being able to enter into a relationship with the specific facility allows to make sure that some of those quality standards are there as well.
Okay, and so I get that we don't have a perfect picture of how many employees might be able to use this benefit, and we also are kind of betting on this, maybe recruiting some additional employees. But one of the concerns I have about spreading this money too thin is that I keep saying this RAMS money is not a lot of money in the context of city operations, right? It's a lot to you and me to sound like $300 million is a ton of money, but it's not even a quarter of our city's annual budget. So I'm focusing on this because I want to make sure that when we are offering a benefit, that we are able to actually offer that benefit and not mislead people about what they might get. So this is a fund, as I'm reading it, that we're supposed to be living off the interest of the fund. Is that?
That's the goal, and obviously, I talked to. I think you also see specific language that makes sure that it's set up where if there are other people who want to come in at some point invested would. But for now, it is a seated endowed fund, and you would want to hopefully work with others to build it out.
And there's other purposes where this money could also go towards supporting workforce training programs.
Yes, yes.
Can you expand a little bit on that?
So just when you're thinking again about the quality of childcare that is in there, and when you're talking about the overall struggle and the crisis that exists within childcare, not only is there a shortage, a huge struggle for affordable childcare, but also quality childcare, and that has a lot of relationship with, again, especially as we require you to be licensed with certain things that facilities have to maintain and have to do, and especially for the staff of those folks to get access to training. So that would be like that language there.
And then 5% can also go towards like the administration of this program.
Yes.
And which office is administering the program?
I think the way it is set right now, because it's in an endowed fund, that it would technically sit with the treasurer's office for, because that's, who's the holder of the account. But again, this is a program that will require partnership with the actual facilities and specific contracts and things.
Is the treasurer here today? I don't see him. I'm just kind of curious if the treasurer currently offers this type of programming, because I understand that it's a fund and they have to manage the fund, but in some cases in this bill we have situations where there is a fund, but that the treasurer is holding and managing, but it is a department that is going to be in charge of programming. So I guess my question is specifically to the treasurer: do they have experience running a program like this, and how are they administering that, and what might that cost them?
I think we can see that the treasurer is not here, so I'm not. That must have been a rhetorical question.
Yeah, I'm saying that's a detail I'd like to hear. So I'm just doing the math here. A 5% return on $30 million, just assuming a 5% interest, that's about $1.5 million. We heard earlier from someone who testified that the cost of childcare was $1,400 a month, but researching this, I thought the average toddler cost for childcare is about $800 to $1,000 a month in Missouri. So let's say 100 city employees out of our 4,800 employees have kids that are under 3. If we just subsidize most of their cost at $1,000 a month, that would be $1.2 million. So we're using most of that interest right there. Not a lot left over for admin, not a lot left over for creating more seats in childcare centers. It would be $600,000 if we covered $500 a month for those 100 employees. And then if we further diluted it, it would be about $240,000 a year if we covered just $200 a month. But I think we can all agree that's the benefits, diminishing at that point. So if this program works as intended, and we get more employees at the city who want to use this benefit, I could see those numbers really running out. And at that point, we're not offering a benefit to every city employee. I don't know that we can actually say definitively what's going to happen here, because we can't even say definitively how many employees actually have kids under 3 that could benefit from this. And then there's the kicker. On page 16, it says that after 2 years of this pilot program, it's going to be expanded to non-city workers. So if it's a benefit for city employees, but then, and we're barely making it money with the money we have, and then we're expanding it to all of the city, I don't see how this does not end up being a lottery system.
Okay, so you made a lot of points at once. I'm sure I'm going to miss some. I'm going to try to address, but I'm going to address the one that I know is misinformation first. It's not true that in 2 years it's guaranteed expansion. It says that there will need to be an operational plan in order to expand, and there's specific language that says evaluates different metrics that you would need to evaluate the success of the program, and it also says that you would need a board or alderman vote in order to expand said program. So there's no kicker. It is a pilot program that would have to be tested out, that would allow us to get actual information on how many employees are interested in this program How many families, were there 2 families? Were there 3 kids in each families? What was the tangible benefit that it paid out in each employee? Like, it is a new program, so there's a lot of new things, but specifically want to make sure we were very clear that we're going to start with city workers. And the only way that we will expand beyond city workers is if the Board of Aldermen, through a vote of operational plan, supports that, because we understand that it's new, that there needs to be time to evaluate how it's working, what are the actual data, what are the outcomes of it. I think to some of your other points about whether or not it's really worth the investment, I think that is something for every individual to judge, but I think $500 off a child care bill a month, when it's always almost a mortgage, could be quite significant and could be a huge help. So again, whether or not each individual thinks that that's worthwhile or not, that is always up to personal opinion, but I know for a fact that there are parents and families that certainly would love to be receiving that support and that kind of benefit. I think to some of the other questions about the endowment and the interest, I think it's really important, and something that we had a lot of discussion on, was that we want the program to be a program. We don't want all of the costs to be spent on administration of the program. So we want to make sure that it really is actually benefiting and creating those spots, and the money going to city workers and supporting the facilities. Again, we've not done it, so it is a new thing. There's no way you're going to know every detail of how the specifics are going to work out or exactly what it will be. But that is exactly why you do a pilot program, and that's why you'll see some intentionality about putting things in there to make sure that we are responsible as a governance body to come back and evaluate how it's working and look at the metrics. And it could be at that time that it's decided, hey, this is going great, it's excellent, clearly it's time to work with private partners who hopefully have table and have already committed to helping us build it out, and maybe they've got Nestle or Purina or somebody who wants to jump in and help us build it out. But you might also say, no, we're not ready to expand this. We don't think, we have a lot more questions. There are some things that need to be tailored, but it's very much setting up in a way, again, like other traditional pilot programs that have happened in other places that other cities have done, so that we can figure some of these things out and we're not in a gridlock. And yeah, it was a decision to start to tailor to city workers. The original vision was that it would be citywide, but after hearing a lot of feedback, great feedback, honestly, especially from you, actually. I know, I actually would just say on the record that you actually have told me some great things about childcare, and you've asked some excellent questions, and actually to me, you do support the idea. You're just asking questions about kind of how it would specifically work. But keeping in mind all of that, it was like, well, let's go ahead and tailor it to city workers, since there's a lot of hesitation. I know you listed a number of points. I'm not sure I hit all of them, but I did just want to make sure that the clarity was there.
Yeah, and I don't want to be dismissive. I think obviously $500 a month can be great for people, but my concern is the availability of that benefit, depending on how many people are then enrolling in that benefit. So the more people that enroll, the less money becomes available, the less money will be offered. Will the city employee benefit funds be explicitly protected if this goes wider than just city employees?
I think that would require conversation at that time. It's hard for me to talk about what expansion would look like when there's so much to talk about, just with city workers. And a lot of that, it's certainly my hope, and I think from conversation I've had, that we will be able to have input on what it should look like and how we want to go about building it out, expand it to other workers. Should you protect the money just for city workers? Should you put a specific fund to others? There's so many ways that could go, and it will certainly have a relationship with what private partnerships have come up, which people are interested, are there private and philanthropic dollars that have been invested to support the program as well, that will be a part of those programs that, I can't really speak to at this time, but I do think, that idea certainly might be one that is talked about.
And you also mentioned the tracking and metrics and, evaluation, like who's responsible for tracking those metrics? Like which department, what office is keeping track of this to make sure that we are measuring its efficacy?
The treasurer's office would have a huge role, but, again, knowing how things work, there may be a relationship with, this is something that would be for employees. So I think you would need to talk to people who are receiving the benefit, and some of that may need to be personnel connected, depending on how that information and data is collected. And also the comptroller has been a huge supporter. She's very interested. She's very excited about childcare. And so, you know, may also become involved as those conversations happen.
Yeah, that was going to be my suggestion, that personnel should be involved. And really, I mean, if the city's offering childcare, I think the better way to do it would be to create an office of childcare, actually have the city offer that childcare instead of trying to outsource it. But, you know, my concern comes back to the amount of money that we have available and what we're trying to do with it. You know, I think we set these programs up for failure sometimes. If we don't know the exact numbers behind the program or how far the money could stretch, it becomes a questionable benefit to our city employees. And I think by using this pilot as saying that we're going to do this for city employees first and then explore expansion later, it almost belies that we're not actually offering this as a benefit for just city employees. And I'd be more comfortable with it if it just stayed city employees. The other thing that I'm concerned about is that we do this a lot at the Board of Aldermen. We pass these great sounding programs, but then the funding isn't there. So we scramble to find funding, and of course it's not enough because we're a municipal government with a shrinking tax base. So we see this right now with the Rental Assistance Fund and the Right to Counsel program, which was something we passed just last session. We see it with the Impacted Tenants Fund as well. And I see those programs in this bill as well, something that we're diverting some of this funding towards, which is great. So I'm just going to skip down to that part of the bill. On page 23, it discusses the eligible uses for the citywide housing fund. Again, lots of good ideas in here, but there are actually 9 different items that the $35 million in the citywide housing fund could be used for. Do you know which of those items are things that the city currently does? Like, do we do first-time homeownership matching for down payments?
Yes, we do. I know Noel is not here today, Noel Pfeiffer, but Director Pfeiffer over CDA was highly involved in the tailoring of that language and the programs that are offered. The reason why it doesn't name any specifics is because, you know, typically the city does an RFP model, and again, wanting to create legislation that could provide room to create a pathway for those things, but also allowing us to assess where we are at that time, more of an operational end, and which programs under there are there, and which programs, you know, get an RFP response, who applies. So he was very clear on like the idea of making sure that you set it up in a way where you're not limiting yourself should you need to, you know, pivot and find that there's a greater need for one thing than the other, or find that you're getting more responses and more options for one contract over other.
Okay, but it comes back to, again, 35 million not stretching too far. So if we are putting money towards the Impacted Tenants Fund, and we're putting money towards the Right to Counsel, and we're putting money towards matching down payments, and we're putting money towards subsidization of affordable housing, it just feels like one of those 9 categories is just not going to get money. And again, I feel like this is stretching the money too thin to the point where this isn't going to be transformative in the city at all. A lot of the funds are going to get eaten up by debt service payments, administrative costs, and the sheer volume of programs that we put into this bill. And I'll give you another example. Page 25, the Citywide Neighborhood Development Fund. That reads a lot like our current Northside Grant Program that we just did. I see in the language that nonprofits are eligible as well as education providers. Does that include charter schools?
There's no stipulations, and I don't even know that it would be legal for us to stipulate who could and couldn't apply. I don't know that, I mean, that might be something for the city councilor. Can you ban a whole branch of a type of educational institution from applying? Obviously, applying would have to have conversations, but I don't know that, you know, you could limit what that looks like. And I would just say in general, Alderman Browning, I hear your point that you feel like it's spread too far, so it won't meet enough need. That is the legislation that's in front of you. You have a right to take whatever opinion you'd like to take, but that is, what's in front of you. And I think you've been able to see the process of how we get here, and you're honestly, uplifting those things is certainly a concern. And I think it's a concern for a lot of folks, because we have had those experiences, but many of the things that are outlined in there are things that the city does do already. Certainly, we've not done everything we've done as a city perfectly. I don't know that you say you haven't done it perfectly, so you don't do it at all anymore. But again, I think that some of these things are up to just your right, your thoughts and your opinions.
Well, and so I don't want to belabor the point, but I see people that are still waiting for their funds from the Northside Grant Program, and there was a lot of anger in the community when those funds were handed out. Many small businesses were upset that grants were sent to larger nonprofits. I see that nonprofits are eligible here too. So I'm concerned that a lot of this money is going to get eaten up again, spread too thin. Alderman Boyd, you look like you point to that.
You know what, Alderman Browning, I agree with you totally. And that's why I say we still have work to do, because it is a lot of things in detail. And I'm not good at remembering who these comedians are or whoever, but he made a comment and he said, do better. And so that's what we have to do as legislators. And you're correct. We pass all these legislations and we giving people this false dream. All of this stuff is gonna go away and it's gonna be better. It's not, because it's gonna take work. And I appreciate Alderwoman Alicia Sonier, because she put the work in with me. So it wasn't just me doing it, it wasn't just her doing it, it was her and I doing it, and we were up late nights trying to figure it out. And I'm sorry, we're human, and so we might not get everything right. But we put something together and we agreed that both of these bills, and ironically, at the 11th hour, her and I said, we got some more work to do. And that's how it came combined, 153 and 131. Because we know it's more work to do. This is a big challenge for us as legislators, her and I, to look at this one-time money and try to get it as right as we can. And you know what? We're not perfect. We're not gonna say we got everything. We appreciate the people that was with us, fighting with us to help us to try to figure it out. But we know it's more things that have to be looked at, and you brought up fantastic points. And they're real points that we need to pay attention to, because we can't keep doing the same thing looking for different results. So, I appreciate you and Alderwoman Schweitzer concerns and questions. I appreciate any of the board's concerns and questions on this committee. But we're real clear, we got more work to do. We know that. And so it's not a magic bullet, and it's not gonna be, because you're dealing with humans and you're trying to fix something that's been broken for a long time. So, that's just mine. I heard Alderwoman Sonia, she's trying to address the things that's being brought to her, but, we know that it's a lot of hiccups that we need to address.
Well, thank you. I appreciate those comments. I know none of us are perfect, and sometimes it's going to take some time to get these things right, which is why I'm going to go back to what I said at the very beginning, which is that I think we ought to take the time to get this right. Since this isn't a federal source of money, since this doesn't have a deadline, it is a disservice to our community to try to push this through at the end of session when there are still so many unanswered questions. And one thing that I really appreciated about 131 was that it treated this amount of money like the amount of money that it is. The money all was programmed to existing things that our city currently does, and wasn't trying to say, well, this could expand later, or this might become a bigger thing later, because we can't guarantee future funding. And I want to be very clear about that to everyone that's listening right now. We can't guarantee future funding, especially in the environment we're in right now. I think we can go ahead and just say that we're not going to get another dollar from the federal government for a lot of the things that we're looking at here. we are entering an incredibly challenging time. So the last thing I want to do is lie to our residents and say that we're going to provide something that we maybe not be able to provide. From the start, I said this bill's trying to do too much, and now that we've included some pieces from 131, it's still trying to do too much. While I support many of the ideas in the bill, I'm very concerned about the feasibility of some of these programs, many of which are new city services that are being offered. And we shouldn't make promises that we can't keep. So I think when we do this, we're sowing the seeds of distrust in our community. And that distrust in government is growing. I can't participate in that, so I see no need to rush this before the end of session. I applaud the progress that's been made, but I think there's still a long way to go.
Alderman Browning. I'm sorry, Alderman Aldridge. Alderman Browning just spoke so well. It's all in my head. Going back over his comments, breaking them down.
Yeah, so much. I don't know where to begin from I think the Alderman of the Ninth raised some good concerns. I think in that is some things we definitely should be thinking about as we move forward on either legislation. I do think, and I'm very glad to see the collaboration. The start of the question, I'm gonna be real, I think was a kind of like gotcha question of like where we are on the legislation or what bill, who supports what. But I think what we've seen over the last few weeks, and I know Alderwoman Sonia and Alderwoman Boyd, have been collaborating and working together. And I think a lot of times we can poke holes at this and that and know where we're going to be, if we're going to be a yes or not. And we can get up here and say, well, I like this, I like that. But folks got their mind made up, and I'm not going to play the game. And I'm going to sit here and give criticism because I do want to see a pathway forward. I do want to make sure where the funds are going in the right way. And I appreciate the willingness of, I think what people wanted to see is two competing bills. And they enjoyed it. They enjoyed the chaos. They enjoyed the mess as much as, we want it to work perfectly. Some folks sat back and was like, this is why we shouldn't do it, because there's competition. And I think what you see here today is collaboration and cooperation. What you started off with, Alderwoman Boyd, and saying how, we seen not eye to eye, but what we was able to do is come to the table and say, how do we get somewhere? And sometimes we can't get nowhere. And if that's the case, move over to the side and let's try to work with the ones that actually can work together to move this city forward. And I think what y'all have shown in the last week or so is how we can all work together, that we're not that dysfunctional, that we're not that disorganized. So I know, again, at the beginning, there seemed to try to be a line of question to show division, just in my opinion. But I'm glad, especially as a Black man, to see a young Black woman and an elder in our community. When I say elder, I just mean older than 30, And I hope I can get to being yes, ma'am, period. I hope I get that wisdom and, I know the work you've been doing, like I say, has been way before you got elected. As an alder person before you got elected as a committee person, or committee woman when you was at the time. So to you all that have been hashing it out and duking it out, clearly maybe there's still a question of what is a number, but I think what we're seeing is whatever the number come out to be, that there is a component of a bill that has both languages. And if people are in favor of one, I hope they can get on board and understand that we are trying to move forward. There is a understanding that there's not enough money. There will never be enough money to what we need to do in the city. If that's the case, let's invest all this money in Northside, because if we really want to talk about how much we want to see the Northside program do well, or we want to see Northside be so beautiful, well, put your money where your mouth is and put all this Rams money to Northside, and then it still won't be enough, because our city needs help everywhere. And we all need support. And I am a big believer that Northside needs to come first. A lot of people talk it, a lot of people they talk about it, but they don't live it. They haven't slept in North St. Louis. They haven't been aware of the trauma that has gone on in North St. Louis for decades. You could read it in a book, you could see it in the news, but it's another thing to have lived experiences. So, it's important to make sure the ones that talking about it actually talk about it. And anywho, I'm gonna get to going because it was a lot. And that's why I do appreciate, I think, Alderwoman Boyd, how the reality is, as didn't support either bill. I made that very clear to the Alderwoman of the 7th, as people probably thought, oh, you're just going to be with her, that I didn't support either. And I think, what that you had in your legislation that I love to see now in 153, again, collaboration and working together, is that investment in North St. Louis, but also that investment in downtown, and how we must invest in both of those areas. I am, as somebody, as I've continued to say, I'm the only one that has downtown and North St. Louis. I lean to make sure that we are more critical and more aware of how we support North Side, because as much as I love downtown, I live downtown. I've lived downtown many times. It's not my first time living. I do know that we have to invest, but I do know that downtown has a little bit more infrastructure, a little bit more oomph behind them than North St. Louis has been disinvested in a long time. And one question that I had last week that I want to raise again, because I know there's been some conversation amongst the alders and GSL that's been at the table. Will Northside, I'm glad to see this dedicated fund, will there be an opportunity, or is downtown willing to have that kind of one-to-one match to North St. Louis within these funds?
The answer to your question is no. I think there are conversations ongoing about what that might look like for investment, but I want to just be honest, because we don't want to tell the public anything. As far as what's in the legislation, there is no reference or requirement of that match. And so that I think that's actually the most straightforward answer I can give. It's like there are conversations happening. I think been expressed and being partners with certain things, but as far as the legislation that's in front of you, no, which is why the North City Fund does not have the private match requirement in order for that bucket to be accessed, but the downtown bucket does.
And that is, I'm not gonna lie, that's a little alarming, and wish that, hopefully as these conversations continue, I do know, I want to note, I do know that GSL, who has been at the table, so that's why I'm mentioning that, has been supportive of projects in North St. Louis. And I don't want to diminish, because I think sometimes when we, ask questions, we don't, paint the full picture. So I do know they have been supportive of projects in North St. Louis. I just, knowing that they will have that matching fund for downtown as, this legislation move forward, I just would, I'm encouraged by the two alderwomen up here that they not going to not continue to have conversations, and GSL know that I'm going to continue to have conversations with them to figure out how do we, also have that same support for Northside, because I think what the narrative and what the alderwoman from the 13th with Board Bill 131 and what I heard from GSL is we must support both. And again, making sure where we kind of put our money where our mouth is how can we be supportive of our brothers and sisters when downtown has bootstraps and shoelaces, knowing that Northside only has boots. I said bootstraps and shoelaces. Boots, and yeah, I got shoelaces, and downtown Northside only has boots. But all that being said is how to, as this process move forward, I would love to continue to try to figure out Alderwoman Boyd and our wards that we get kind of those matching funds for North St. Louis to really stretch that money thin, knowing that it's not a lot, but this is a huge opportunity, and I think that's what you all are trying to accomplish right now.
And you're correct, and GSL and I have had those conversations, because I am not the expert in development. I do not know the language, so I told them to break it down in layman. And so they are looking on how they can support projects in North St. Louis. And you're correct, Alderman Aldridge. they have supported a lot of projects in North Quarter to try to make sure that they get over the humps to be developed. So I do look forward to that because I did ask that question. I think you asked that before. And I was like, yeah, they did. I did ask that. And they did say that we were willing to work to make this happen.
Yes, ma'am. And again, as these conversations are moving forward, please just let me know how I can be a help and be part of those conversations to make sure that that happens as somebody who also has Northside and want to see it thrive and come back from the tail end from Car Square. I think you kind of grew up down there in the neighborhood. All the way to the farthest west. Now that you represent, so you
Like North Riverfront.
you know a little bit of all in between. So as those conversations happening, please let me know how I could be a help. I did have some concerns with some of the things I think that I have an amendment for. Far as at least in North St. Louis, having SLDC kind of administer some of the funds. I think what we can agree on is we have tried to do some good work with a program. And as people who live up north, we've gotten the phone calls. We ain't just got to see it on the news. Like, we get the phone calls that, hey, I was missed out, or hey, they say it was going, and we got to navigate that, not even having the actual ability to have input. Because to be very clear, when it came to the North Side Corridor grant, the Board of Aldermen passed it, but that is all administered by SLDC, which we have no input on. So, but from Ward 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14, we've been getting them phone calls because we also agree it could be better. And I think hopefully with this amendment, as SLDC is working hard as possible to get that program going, that we can look at maybe putting it in a different avenue. And I think that leads to and then I'll wrap it up here. I think that leads to the childcare part, of just because it's not perfect shouldn't be the enemy of not trying to do something. And, with those federal funds, that was the first time we ever got a large amount of funds like that with American Rescue. This is the first time that the city has ever had like these RAMS funds. I'm sure if this has happened years ago, we could be able to look back and, take note of how we do better, but we're going to make mistakes.
Right.
Let's just be clear. Nothing is going to be perfect. And I think, when I look at the RAMS, or when I look at the federal funds with the investment in North St. Louis, even though that program hasn't gone perfectly, I'm glad that we're being intentional about investing in areas that haven't. And I think when you look at childcare, who knows how this is going to roll out. I don't also want to tell no lies or a dream to city residents, but what I can say is by taking these steps to invest in childcare with city employees first, I think what you said, Alderwoman Boyd, is it gives city employees an incentive to feel a little bit better. Is there data to say that people are going to come back to St. Louis? Is there data to say that city workers are going to say, we don't know. We don't know, no legislation we pass, if it's a ballot box or if it's just ordinance, we don't know the outcome until it actually go into effect, and we must try to do something. So, I think childcare is critical. I think there's only one person up here on this committee that has a child. So I can't speak of how much it costs, and a grandchild. And I know you have a child also, Alderman Boyd. So I know it's expensive, and anything that we can do to help people, I think, in a time of need where eggs and bread is only getting more expensive, inflation is still going up, is this the realm of city government to enter? Who knows? But I do think by us investing in some funds of childcare, walking and chewing gum, I think this is it's a good start. And I know that you also care about childcare, and it seems like that was maybe a morph, because I know childcare wasn't in 131, it was in 153, but you both agree. And I think, again, that just goes back to looking at both bills and trying to collaborate. So thank you. I know I said a lot, but I did. Not as much as others, but I'm keeping it a little quieter. But I just want to thank y'all for y'all leadership, and any way that I can be a help, and not just, because I also know, and I am going to wrap up, outside of this process, I know, right? Outside of this process, we all have each other numbers, and some of these things also can sometimes be worked behind the scenes, to really try to figure out how to get somewhere. And I know this is our third hearing, but as we move forward, I will make sure that I continue to call you to figure out how I can get this across the finish line.
Thank you.
President Green.
Thank you. I'll try to keep my remarks brief. First, I want to thank Alderwoman Boyd and Alderwoman Sanye for coming together and working collaboratively. I do think that there's a lot of good in this bill. One of the things that I am most, I think, excited for is the Northside Fund. And I really want to give props to Alderwoman Boyd for fighting for this. I know it's something that you've cared about for a long time for your community, and I'm really pleased to see it make it into this legislation. And I think it's a good foundation to start from. I think we're really close to a bill that the majority of us at the board can get behind. As we know, with every big bill like this, there is give and take. You know, there are interests that are pulling us in every single direction and all of that. And the place at the end of the day that I think is the best to land is where everybody kind of, you know, gets most of what they want, isn't 100% happy, and still is able to, you know, do something that, as we kind of heard from our public engagement process, invest in infrastructure and in people and in housing and development. I do just, you know, want to say a few quick things about like the reason to do this, to move forward and to do this now. It has been this board and this mayor that has spent the last 14 months going through this public engagement process to get to this. And so I think it makes the most sense that it is this board and this mayor that make the decisions on that, because we've actually been at the table listening to community for the last 14 months. I also want to just clarify a few things around the, you know, kind of the childcare piece. You know, the hope, the idea would be that the city would cover 2/3 the cost for workers, but again, that may have to be different based upon how many workers actually opt into the program. And that's the beautiful thing about doing a pilot program. We get to test it out and kind of see how many city employees are interested in this and wanting to do it. And more than likely, it will not be the treasurer's office who manages the program. They manage the funds, and either they will create a new office, like an office of the child within the city where those funds will be given to, or it'll go through RFP to some kind of organization that you know, works with child care providers and can manage the disbursement of funds. I also want to make clear that one of the criteria that I know that we'll be looking at before childcare is expanded beyond city workers is other partners that have come to the table. And are there other financial partners that have decided to come in and help grow that endowment, or maybe defer the costs even more? And the good thing is there is a coalition of organizations and funders that are already working to this goal. And so by us piloting with the city, it actually will give them the data that they need and kind of the foundation that they need to be able to take their work to a bigger scale. And then I also, you know, just want to say, you know, we have created new offices and programs and new things. Voters just approved the Department of Transportation just months ago. And so I think we have to be imaginative, not be worried about failing. You know, you can fail and learn from it and then grow. And I think, you know, that is a good place to be. Overall on the bill, like I said, I think there's a lot of good things. I do share some of the concerns of some of our colleagues here, and I know that there's some amendments here to address, you know, structuring the way that the Northside Grant Program was structured. You know, that's something I've heard from the community. I've heard from folks kind of loud and clear about, you know, this is an appropriation bill that centers our values. And so how do we make sure that the values that we heard over the last 14 months are the values that are reflected in this, and that every stakeholder, regardless of whether they have a lot of money, lobbyists, or a PR budget, see themselves in this piece of legislation. So with that, I'll hold on any other remarks until we kind of take up amendments now, but I just wanted to commend both of you for coming together. I think we're getting close to something that the majority of us can get behind, and really excited that we are putting forth a piece of legislation that recognizes the importance of development, infrastructure, and the people in our city.
Thank you. All right, Alderman Cone, you weren't in the room for most of this. Did you have any? Okay.
We can move into the amendment portion. I'm sorry, I don't actually have the drive pulled up, so I guess we'll just go in order, whoever has Amendment 1 in the drive.
Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Before I adopt amendment number 1 or move to adopt it and get my colleagues' support, amendment number 1 of Board Bill 153, what it does is in the conversations that we talk about, just the concerns of certain departments being able to administer some of these funds. Amendment number 3 in the North Side Fund for housing. Instead of having SLDC kind of be the administrator where we send funds to them within 7 days, it will stay with CDA. Again, this is, I think, a concern that a lot of our colleagues brought up, and these funds won't be spent in anytime soon, maybe in the next 2 years, but we want to make sure that we're not putting too much on a department that has already a heavy lift to make sure that funds are also being spent kind of in that same area for a different purpose. So I would ask I'd like to make a motion to adopt amendment number 1 to Board Bill 153 committee substitute as amended.
Second. It was moved by Alderman Aldridge, seconded by President Green. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Vice Chair Saunier.
Present.
Alderman Browning.
Pass.
Alderman Aldridge.
Aye.
Chair Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Alderman Browning.
No.
We have 1 present, 5 aye, and 1 no.
All right, then should we acceptably adopted amendment number 1? Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Amendment number 2 to Board Bill 153 committee substitute as amended in committee. So again, in the North Side Corridor, it talks about, each there's certain buckets in the North Side Corridor funds where the funds are being allocated to. So instead of trying to kind of tie up the hands of this bucket in North St. Louis, what we're doing is keeping the same language for these different funds. If it's for mobility infrastructure projects, including repair of curbs, or if it's for acquisition of environmental remediation, or the other 2 that are located preservation of housing, I know Alderwoman Boyd care about, as well as expansion of businesses. Instead of just locking them down with a number, we're going to keep those same purposes of those funds, but to be able to have a little bit flexibility to be able to access those funds. And I would like to make a motion to adopt amendment number 2 to Board Bill 153 committee substitute as amended in committee.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you so much. My concern with this is just the idea that mobility has been such a big part of the feedback, and I'm afraid that if we remove the limits, that it might not be what is funded. So I am not going to be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Alderman Browning?
You know, similarly, I have concerns that when we don't have money that's dedicated out to specific things like infrastructure, that the money could then get gobbled up by other things that are in here. And so if we leave it loose, there's going to be things that, again, we are promising but not fulfilling. So I cannot support this amendment either.
Alderman Aldridge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hear my colleagues and first and the ninth. I will say this is, again, this is just the bucket for North St. Louis. There's also another bucket for infrastructure mobility that they will be able to tap into. So when we're just only focusing on that fund, there is another bucket where North St. Louis actually would have priority when it comes to infrastructure. So this is not the only way that they can tap into it. There's another fund where they'll be able to tap into it. So hear my concerns, but this isn't the only fund that Northside can use.
I just wanted to add, if this was the appropriate time, that these buckets were set in discussion with Alderwoman Boyd. So I just want to make my position of being present clear. You know, I think it would be good for you and Alderwoman Boyd to have a conversation about what those buckets might look like. Personally, I don't represent the north side of the city, so I don't want to, you know, make that call or make that decision. I do hear your concerns that you basically want to open up the uses and make sure whatever needs are there can be met. But because of the way it's tailored and those buckets were set by Alderwoman Boyd, I'm gonna remain present on it and just encourage like that to be a conversation to happen.
Thank you. Alderwoman Boyd?
I want to take this time to thank everybody for allowing us to come before you, as Alderman Aldridge said, for the third time. And so I am very honored because I have a young lady that stepped out of the swamp and went into clear water. And so I had to step out with her because I couldn't just say her step out and I didn't step out. So we both came out together. And so we do know that we have work to do and it's not going to stop us. And so we took into consideration everything you all said and we're just moving forward. But thank you so much for allowing us to take up most of your day to hear this speak. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your leadership on this. This is our job to do the work. But to your comment, Alderman from the 7th, you know, I've stated it today. I've stated it before. You know, I'm committed to, and I will work with Alderwoman Boyd on this amendment just to make sure there isn't any hiccups. I think, you know, this is something again that the funds would still be there, 40 million for Northside, but just not to lock it down in a way where they wouldn't be stringent if certain funds are moved out of pot. But I will move forward with this amendment today and continue to talk with Alderwoman Boyd to make sure if there are any concerns, we could address it on the floor together. Thank you, Alderwoman.
Any other discussion? All right. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone?
Aye.
Alderwoman Schweitzer?
No.
Vice Chair Saunier?
Present.
Alderman Browning?
No.
Alderman Aldridge?
Aye.
Chair Clark Hubbard?
Aye.
President Green?
Aye.
We have one present, 4 aye, and 2 no.
All right. Any next up?
I think it's Alderman Cone. It has the third amendment.
Yes.
Alderman Cone?
Thank you. I actually have 3 amendments that are related to one another. And just making sure that we're clarifying that Southeast City is included in the Economic Justice Index areas 1, 2, and 3 in terms of funding that would be provided or allowed for them to be applicable for. I have had these conversations now with the mayor's office, Greater St. Louis Inc., the two sponsors of each of the board bills here, the president's office, and other stakeholders. And I believe that we're all in alignment and support of adding this language into the bill to ensure that those economic justice index areas are represented in Southeast City as well. So I would take up amendment number 3 to Board Bill 153, committee substitute as amended.
Second.
It's moved by Alderman Cone and seconded by Alderman Aldridge. Madam Clerk,
Discussion.
do we have any discussion?
Discussion.
Amendment 3.
Number 3. Any discussion?
I just wanted to just add that this is important clarifying language. It was never the intention that the Southeast City portions would not be a part of it. We actually were very clear about using the Economic Justice Index Area 1, 2, and 3, thinking of all the places in the city that it hit that have economic needs, and certainly there are economic needs in Southeast City. So I appreciate Alderman Cone for bringing this amendment forward and for providing this clarity. It is something that both Alderman Boyd and I really support, and I think it was kind of something that's left out. And I also think, you know, in terms of being as clear as possible is good. I think we maybe thought because it had EJ 1, 2, and 3 that it would kind of be included, but I can see that because there's definitions of these other areas, not one of this, it can maybe be looked at as if it's not there. So happy to be as clear as possible, and I look at this as just a clarifying amendment that will help make everything as clear and be clear that we want all those areas to be able to get these investment dollars.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Well, so
Oh.
I would like to move that we actually
Alderman Cone,
adopt
could you speak
amendment.
into the mic? Could you bring the mic closer to you?
My original motion for us, take up amendment number 3, I would make the motion that we pass amendment number 3 to committee substitute 153, committee substitute as amended.
Second.
So now the motion was made to adopt amendment number 3. Alderman Cone and seconded by Alderman Aldridge. Any further discussion to adopting it? All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Aye.
Vice Chair Saunier.
Aye.
Alderman Browning.
Aye.
Alderman Aldridge.
Aye.
Chair Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
President Green.
Aye.
We have 7 aye votes.
All right. Alderman Cone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have amendment number 4 to Board Bill 153, committee substitute. Similarly, this is just providing additional context in a separate section of the bill and providing a definition related to, again, Southeast City and its relevance to the bill.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion we adopt amendment number 4 to Board Bill 153, committee substitute as amended in committee.
Second.
Previous row.
It's moved by Alderman Aldridge, seconded by Alderman Cone with a call for previous roll with no objection. Moving forward. Alderman Cone.
Lastly, for me, amendment number 5 is providing language within the section pertaining to definitions of this board bill that would include clarifying information around the definition of Southeast City.
All right. Did you want to share that just for the record?
Sure. So in addition to downtown plan, North St. Louis settlement funds, there would be further clarification and a definition added that Southeast City shall mean the neighborhoods located designated in the St. Louis Development Corporation as EJI 1, EJI 2, and EJI 3 that are located south of Interstate 44.
Okay. All right. With that, any further discussion?
I'd like to make a motion we adopt amendment number 5 to Board Bill 153, committee substitute as amended in committee. Previous row.
There's a motion by Alderman Aldridge, seconded by Alderman Cone with a call for previous roll. Hearing no objection. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Green, you're recognized on amendment number 6.
Six.
Mhm.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Amendment number 6 is to create some fund accountability and transparency around the settlement funds. Just like we have created a portal around the ARPA dollars so that the public can kind of track projects and things like that, this would require the mayor's office basically to do the same thing for the RAM settlement funds, so that residents of our city could log on to the website, track and see all expenditures, see what private or philanthropic matching funds have been received, and see status toward the completion of projects that have been funded through the settlement funds. So with that, I would like to make a motion to adopt Amendment number 6 to Board Bill 153 Committee Substitute as amended.
It was moved by President Green and seconded by Alderman Aldridge. Any discussion?
Yes.
You can go. Go ahead.
I just, I don't think this is a bad idea at all. It is my first time seeing it. I do know that it did take some staff folks to create the funding part for ARPA. I think about 2 or 3 staff members, and also there was a allocation from ARPA funds to support that. So, I don't think this is a bad idea, but I am, I would maybe caution at doing it, maybe without some further discussion, just so that maybe we need a fiscal note. Maybe there just needs to be conversations. Is there another portal that, it could go into? So again, those are like the hesitancies that I would flag here. It's just that it does take, staff members and funding, and we don't, that's not clear here. Again, not saying I think that's a bad idea, but I think maybe talking to the mayor's office about this specific component, and asking, what's in place, where could this go? Is there another place it could go? What would it look like to create this? Or even if there needed to be talks with other offices about just what it could look like.
Just want to clarify that I did talk to the mayor's office about this yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Just to be clear.
I think they still have some of the thoughts I have around it, but I don't think that they're against it. I just think that it's just some more things that maybe need to be figured out to make sure that we can actually do it.
Alderman Boyd, I saw you stand up, so I didn't know if you had any conversation about this. Okay. All right, Alderman. Well, you can sit right there, Alderman Boyd. You want to? Okay. Well, listen, Alderman Boyd, we'll put this mic stand right on that table for you. A mic over there if you need it. All right. Alderman Browning.
Similarly, I think it's a good idea. Transparency is important. I'm just curious if we know how much this is going to cost and where those funds are going to come from. I'm sure the mayor's office, like from what I saw with the American Rescue Plan Act money, is that this actually costs, I can't remember the exact number, but I think it was in the tens of thousands to set up the portal. It requires somebody who has IT experience and can set up the website.
Thanks. Hi, Casey Milberg, Mayor's Office. Thanks for bringing this forward. So I know there was conversation between you and Chief of Staff Jared Boyd where you elevated the idea with him yesterday. He asked a few questions. So we've started asking some questions as well to these points. It is correct that the budget for the new ARPA-specific transparency portal for staff, for technology, is a few $100,000. That's for dedicated staff doing that work, the IT needs, and all of that piece. One thing I would make sure this committee is aware of is, these monies, since whatever funds ultimately emerge in the final product of this bill, those funds, that expenditure data will live on the existing budget division expenditure portal that is already operated, the budget division on the city website. For awareness of the folks in this room and anybody watching at home, what that website does is it has drilled down, it's got overall information about, here's expenditures going on in the city budget. You have drilled down information into specific funds. You have drilled down information to specific projects, into specific contractors and whatnot. So that will already be incorporating the funds created in this bill. So, and that wouldn't take an additional staff or whatnot. So Did just want to make sure that everybody knew, just as follow-up for your raising this idea yesterday, we did look into it and want to give the assurance to everybody that that transparency piece will be included in the budget division transparency portal. So, yeah, so I think that that is a good way of making sure and heard on that. We want everybody to have confidence in what's going on, both with this microphone and with this money.
All right. With that, I'm willing to withdraw this amendment for the time being, and if we want to work on, just making sure that transparency of funds is in there somewhere in the bill before it gets to the floor.
Yeah, and I think one easy solution could be creating sort of, for how we have on that website specific, links for overall funds and overall contractors. It feels like it would be easy enough to do a Rams fund subcategory for folks, just as like a one-stop shop link, so we can kind of talk about mechanics of that.
Well, let's do that and get that ready before it goes to the floor.
For sure.
Okay, so with that, I'll withdraw my motion on amendment number 6 if
I withdraw my second.
he withdraws his second.
All right. With that, we'll recognize President Green on amendment number 7.
Thank you. So amendment number 7, no, we just did 6. This is now 7 because we withdrew 6.
This is 7.
So, sorry. So many amendments here. Everybody is trying to make sure we're at the right place. So, as I said before, I think there's a lot of good in this bill, and I think we're very close to a bill that all of us can get behind, though we're not quite there yet. As Alderman Browning kind of raised earlier, I too am concerned sort of about the dilution of funds and how some of the key aspects of this bill, specifically housing and community neighborhood development, have been impacted by the cuts to those various buckets. As I said earlier, I think appropriation bills are statements of our values. And through where we choose to prioritize resources, we are stating what our values are. And I also believe that compromise requires balance. There's a difference between compromise and compromising our values or the values that the public has bestowed upon us. From the beginning, we've set out to create a bill that I think centers all of the various voices on our community while not giving an oversized weight to one voice simply because they have lobbyists and a PR budget. Downtown should have an allocation. I want to be clear about that. The question is, how much should that allocation be so as not to be so outsized as to disadvantage other city neighborhoods, children, or city worker programs? In my opinion, the pendulum in this bill has swung too far toward prioritizing big business interests ahead of the interests of our neighborhoods across our city, children, and our city workforce. Under the bill before us, the citywide neighborhood development fund was decreased from $30 million to $15 million, meaning that only $15 million is supposed to support all the other 77 neighborhoods and building small businesses, stabilizing our community assets, and addressing vacant properties. Additionally, the citywide housing fund was decreased from $75 million to $35 million, meaning again that all of our other neighborhoods will have to compete for just $35 million in loans for affordable housing, down payment assistance for city workers so that we can build our city workforce, and home repair funds. Additionally, I think it shortchanges our community development corporations of vital capacity building funds. We've heard from them at nearly every single meeting about how it's so difficult for them to do their work without having investment in the staffing to be able to accomplish their goals. These orgs are the lifeblood of our community, and I think doing the neighborhood level development that is essential to create safe, affordable communities. Development that's often not done by large developers. In his very thorough presentation last week, Director CDA Noel Pfeffer demonstrated that $105 million in investments in the neighborhood and community development buckets would generate a return of $480 million to the city. So cutting those funds in half negatively impacts the ability for all of our neighborhoods to thrive, and especially puts distressed neighborhoods in Southeast City at a competitive disadvantage because they don't have a fund bucket that is dedicated directly toward them. Community Development Innovation Funds simply don't function in the same way when they are cut in half. So with that, I would like to introduce amendment number 7. Alderman Cone. You're my second.
Second.
Thank you.
So it's
if
moved.
I can speak a little bit more on the amendment, what it does is it reduces the downtown fund by 20 million. And did I say introduce instead of adopt? Sorry. I will go back. I want to adopt.
I was trying to catch you.
Yes.
I was trying to catch you. Okay, so.
Sorry. I would like to adopt amendment number 7.
Okay.
I removed my second for the original motion and second.
This one. Okay.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
it's moved by President Green, seconded by Alderman Cone, and for discussion.
Thank you. So with that said, an amendment number 7 basically seeks to decrease the downtown fund by 20 and put 10 million back into the citywide housing fund and 10 million back into the citywide neighborhood development fund. From past conversations with my office, a diverse array of alders and business leaders, I believed that there was consensus around a $50 million allocation for downtown, and was surprised, as was much of the community, when $74 million was what was put forth in the downtown fund. Having 25% of RAM's settlement funds spent in just 2 neighborhoods, I don't think is fair or equitable. In the spirit of compromise, I think this is a fair allocation, especially given that other community stakeholders, such as our community development corporations that have been very active throughout this process, were not at the negotiation table, nor were they informed that the programs that they have spent the last 14 months advocating for were on the chopping block. The business community cannot be the only voice at the bargaining table, and I think this reallocation better represents the priorities of the 16,000 residents who have taken part in this process over the last 14 months, while providing a dedicated bucket of resources to downtown, and also making sure that places like Southeast City and other areas of our city that also have needs are able to have funds that are catalytic enough to be able to create the needed investments that are there. So with that, I am happy to open it up for discussion.
Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I appreciate, I think, the spirit of this amendment. I was in that for transparency, because it's about trying to work together. I was in that meeting about trying to figure out, at this point, there wasn't any downtown fund, and I think it's critical that Alderwoman from the 13th have made that very clear that, we need to invest in downtown and North St. Louis, and I'm glad we have got to this point where we both have fun. I am a little hesitant of taking so much away. I do think, like I stated earlier, downtown has a little bit of a one-up on North Side because they have matching funds. So, I think there could be a benefit of putting funds into these other 2 buckets where North Side would be able to tap into, but I'm just not sure at this moment, like this amount is something that maybe we should continue to talk about if this is the way to move forward on being intentional of North Side, but to take away so much also from downtown.
Any other discussion? Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee. I appreciate the comments that you've made, President Green, and someone who represents Southeast City. It is hard to see the what I fear will end up being the lack of investment in Southeast City because of the way the fund is structured, because of the way it sets up EJ 1, 2, and 3, and North and Southeast St. Louis. Most of my ward that would qualify as EJI 3, which may as well mean it's not in the bill at all, which makes me, very concerned for my community. And, frankly, I represent Ward 1. I am talking on behalf of the constituents that I represent, which is why I'm concerned about that. Not that I don't think downtown needs the funds, and not that I don't think I think there's two different places you're looking at changing it here. But I think right now we're just, to make this big of a change in committee, to move this much money around now, having seen it for the first time and only having 24 hours with the committee substitute, I'm not ready to support this. But in general, the goal of Southeast City getting more of its fair share, I do appreciate as a portion of this amendment. But obviously, it's not the whole part of this amendment. It's tied to another thing that maybe I'm not as interested in changing. So I appreciate your time and bringing it forward, but I'm currently a no on this. Thank you.
Alderman Browning.
Thank you. So in cutting 20 million from downtown, I think we need to also be clear about the way this bill is worded. You'd be cutting 40 million from downtown because downtown has those matching funds. So the thing that strikes me is that downtown has this plan, right? It's the Design Downtown STL neighborhood plan. And there are specific places where this money could go to invest and make sure that our economic engine of our city is strong. Downtown lost over $330 million in 5 years, 2019, of assessed value. That's a direct impact to our tax base because assessed value is how we tax our citizens. And if we don't have that value to tax, the city doesn't get that money, which means that it's not about one neighborhood. It's about paying for the whole city and the services that provide, city services, from trash pickup to street paving to, our health and human services, our homeless outreach. Every single service that the city offers is being paid for and subsidized by downtown, which punches way above its weight in terms of how much it contributes to our city. So when we cut money from downtown, we are cutting the legs off of the rest of the city. It also, I keep saying this money is already too far diluted. Just rearranging it doesn't dilute it any less. I am concerned about every part of the city, but when the Central West End is surpassing downtown in assessed value and terms in what it brings to the city, that is alarm bells for me. So I think we have to invest this money wisely, as the small amount of money that it is, make sure that it is really pushing forward to make sure that we can grow the parts of our city that need to be grown. And with downtown looking the way it is, I think it's really important that we, 25% going to 2 neighborhoods, that doesn't bother me that much because those are neighborhoods that need it. If any other neighborhood lost $330 million in assessed value, we would be screaming. So I can't support this amendment, and agree as well on the timeline that we are just chopping this bill to pieces in the last 24 hours. And I fear that at the end, even if we get this money tracked, we're going to watch it all just disappear quite fruitlessly.
So something that Alderwoman Boyd and I did that we agreed to is that we would come up here and stand together. And so I know that committee members are probably going to ask me, and I do get a vote. I am going to be present on this today. I heard all of the public comment. I heard all of the discussion. But again, I think I have worked with Alderwoman Boyd every step of the way. And it has been a lot of conversations that have been hard, that have been difficult, that center so many different perspectives and so many opinions. And I think for us to work together, we just try to think about not necessarily what Alicia Sanye would want or what Pamela Boyd would want, but what is it that the city is asking for? But I'm aware this is a committee process, this is a vote process, and so I just wanted to make sure that I was clear that I'm going to be present and I'm going to be holding for what was proposed and for the way that the funds are set up.
Alderwoman Boyd.
Yeah, I just wanted to kudos to Alderwoman Sonier, but also I'd heard Alderman Browning loud and clear. And so it was funny, and he said if it was any other neighborhood that had lost those kind of dollars, they would be devastated. Guess what? North St. Louis. So thank you, Alderman Browning, bringing that attention forward. And so we have to be strategic in what we do. Let's just be real clear. This is a one-time shot. I thank the Rams for messing up because it's our benefit. So I really appreciate him for doing what he did. And so we just have to be careful and wise on how we get these dollars out. And my biggest thing that I want to make sure that's out there, the community is very aware of what we're doing. I don't remember who said it. I don't know if it was Alderman Aldridge or Browning, that trust is a big issue for us as legislators right now. And so Alderwoman Sonia and myself are really adamant about trying to make sure that we build back that trust with the city residents and we be a people of our word. So that's why we know we got work to do with this bill to make it stronger so it can be the piece that people are proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. And further discussion? Alderman Cone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just ask the sponsor of the amendment if she'd be open to a friendly amendment, reducing the amount from 74 million to, keeping the amount at 74 million in the original text, but changing it from 54 million to 64 million. And then, so essentially creating, instead of taking 20 million out, taking 10 million out, and then putting 5 million towards each of the programs that we discussed. And so was just curious if you would be open to that friendly amendment.
Yes, I would definitely be open to that if you want to make an amendment to my amendment.
Sure. So I would amend the amendment number 7 to read, beginning on page 28, line 16, strike the word 74 million and $0 to insert in lieu thereof to read in the words and figures $64 million versus $54 million. And then amend in board bill page 21, line 16 as follows, beginning on page 21, line 16, strike the words $35 million and insert there in lieu thereof to read the words and figures as follows, $40 million instead of $45 million. And then also subsequently amending on page 25, line 13, strike the words $15 million and insert in lieu thereof to read the words and figures as follow, $20 million instead of the $25 million.
Second.
If there's discussion in that,
Yes.
Can I ask a clarity question?
Sure.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So your original amendment that you had was to take $10 million out of downtown bucket and put it towards the housing bucket, and then you're taking another $10 million and you're putting that into the neighborhood development bucket. But now, Alderman Cone, you're saying that you basically want to do half of that. So instead of, it would be 5 million from downtown bucket that would go to the housing and 5 million that would go from downtown to the neighborhood development. And I don't have the amendments in front of me, so I'm just trying to make sure that I'm understanding.
Yes, that's correct. So instead of 20 million, it would be 10 million now, with 5 going to each bucket instead of 10.
Okay, I'm going to be holding my position, as I said, as president. There was something cut. I do think the original was a significant amount. But yeah, thank you for the clarity.
Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. You know, I'll actually just follow back up with what the Alderwoman of the 13th said. You know, like you say, we talking about disinvestment in Northside for decades. I don't even know how much money we probably talking about that has been cut from our beautiful North Side. And, you know, I find myself in a very interesting position here because I do have to, again, like I said, I have downtown and I have North Side. So I'm not trying to support one more or the other or saying one should get more money than the other. I do think, you know, like I say, North Side doesn't have the same opportunities and infrastructure as downtown. And I think the original amendment to cut 20 would have been a huge hit to the downtown area. And I think understanding, even though they may have a 1-to-1 match, I think that was a big jump. So I think by just taking the 10 and putting 5 in the housing bucket and 5 in the economic development bucket, I'm probably getting those wrong. But all that being said is, I think the goal of the spirit of why I do like some things in 153, but what I really loved about 131 is really giving a jolt to Northside and downtown. And I think the more, and you've seen that at 131, there was more funds in Northside, but there was a large amount in downtown. And I think by doing it this way, we're not forgetting about downtown. They'll still have matching funds, but just maybe giving a little bit more, again, an extra cushion to Northside to make sure that there's investment, and can see myself supporting this amendment in a little bit more fair and balanced way instead of taking, I think, a large amount from our downtown community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further discussion? All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Pass.
Vice Chair Saunier.
Present.
Alderman Browning.
No.
Alderman Aldridge.
Pass.
Chair Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Aldridge.
Present.
I have 4 aye, 1 no, 2 present.
All right, now we move forward. President Green, amendment number 8.
Yes, so we have one final amendment, amendment number 8, although I think it might need, given the other one just passed differently than I had essentially hoped, it might need to be amended a little bit too. But basically this, I first want to offer kind of a clarification regarding the kind of childcare support that GSL has offered at this point in time, as I understand it. They have offered to convene a table of early childhood folks and myself to kind of advocate to their investors the idea of expanding the pilot program that we do in the city, should we decide to do that at a later date. But there's not a firm commitment for funding right now. As I think we heard, from countless folks earlier, we know just how expensive childcare is. We know that every dollar of early childhood that you put into the community, you get $11 back return on investment, which makes it one of the best investments that you can actually make. And we know that right now a lot of folks in our community, and we heard from some earlier, have been locked out of work because of having to make the very difficult choice between working and sending their kids to childcare. So I also just want to recognize that there wasn't a conversation with advocates or the child care community before the Children and Families Endowment was reduced by $7 million. And I think that when we are doing real compromise and real consensus building, it requires communication between a variety of stakeholders and not making decisions on their behalf without their knowledge or consent. And so again, in the spirit of compromise, I have another amendment to try to find middle ground. And rather than, I'm not trying to restore the full $7 million that was cut out of the Children and Families Endowment, but I would like to restore $4 million of that, kind of split the baby in half, so to speak. And Alderman Aldridge hates that term. But again, I think that's a fair compromise where there is still, money obviously going into downtown, and we're also, recognizing that folks from our childcare community, unfortunately, were not kind of at the table for this. And so, I think compromise requires everybody giving and taking and recognizing that there are a lot of different stakeholders that all have really important things that they're fighting for. And I know it kind of feels like we're fighting for peanuts at this point in time. But with that, I would like to make a motion to adopt amendment number 8 to Board Bill number 153, committee substitute as amended. Second.
Moved by President Green and seconded by Alderman Cone that we adopt amendment number 8. Any discussion?
Yes.
I'm going to have to make an amendment to that amendment.
Okay. You want to do that first?
Probably.
Okay.
Probably makes sense. So
Okay.
the new language should read, let me open it up here. Actually, hold on a second. I'm going to withdraw that, and the updated language has been put in the drive now as amendment 10. So we could take up the language to, I withdraw my motion on amendment number 8 and instead would like to make a motion to adopt amendment number 10. Second. Okay, so amendment number 10 now has the updated corrected language, which would mean that basically there would now be, we would strike 64 million in downtown and instead replace it with 60 million, and then we would strike the 30 million in the child care line and increase it to 34 million. With that, I'll yield to discussion.
Open for discussion. Okay. Alderman Browning.
I think you said it well. We are arguing over peanuts, although these peanuts are worth millions of dollars. I hope the public is watching as we do this, because essentially what we are doing is we're saying, well, this group doesn't have a seat at the table, but neither do most of our residents. And yet we're going to say this group deserves a seat at the table while the rest of our residents have to go home and watch us fritter money away. So I am not in favor of this. I continue to just wonder why it's in the spirit of compromise to hit at a single fund over and over again as we dilute it so that we can fund other special interests. And that's what we are calling this, is these are special interests at the end of the day. I want to make sure that we do address the needs of our city, but that we address them responsibly and that we actually provide enough money for these services to actually work for people. And so I think that further diluting funds for downtown is a mistake that will hurt us in the long term and cannot support this.
Alderwoman Sayed.
I just want to reiterate for the folks watching at home, just again, how difficult these conversations are. You know, it is not black and white. Sometimes it comes down to yes or no, but a lot of times we hold complex feelings, but it's just only so many ways you can vote. I also want to just make sure that we keep, something I've done my best. And of course, colleagues are all passionate. Sometimes we've had our moments, but mostly off camera, to make sure that after we have discussions, we're doing so as respectfully as possible. So I would not say we're throwing the money away. I think that is disrespectful to a lot of the work that has happened and went into it. And I know we might not all have the same ideas on how the money should be used, but it was a 14-month process that we spent listening and getting ideas. There was a portal, and so I think there's a clear intent. Now, of course, city government is never very accessible. We know that many people do not engage, don't pay attention, don't vote, and that's something that I think as leaders we can do as much community outreach. But I just wanted to put that on the table. I think what I would say. Respectfully, President Green, is you have really been such a strong voice for childcare, and I actually deeply respect your leadership on this issue. And the 7th Ward knows that I share passion for childcare as well. It is on the last website before I was, as I was campaigning. It will be on the website for an update. So I'm also very passionate about childcare, and I'm excited about the opportunity in front of us to offer it to workers. I do also think that sometimes the way that we define who's been at the table and who's not at the table is not fair. I think someone can think that there could have been more engagement, but you are managing so many different stakeholders, you're having so many conversations. It would be, impossible to sit down with everyone. I do know that myself and Alderwoman Boyd have done our best, and even through our process, some of those folks have talked to me as things have come up to try to find a middle ground that would still get these innovative ideas through that I do believe in. I'm a champion for it, absolutely. So I just also want to put that on the record that I think, it's very difficult to have to manage everything. I don't know that you ever can get it exactly right with everyone being at the table. And I know there's a lot of child care providers who have shown up. You guys have been at almost every committee of the whole meeting. And so I certainly respect the work that you do, but I do just want to uplift that you're balancing many different things. And just like a lot of people came out to support child care, I mean, we don't have to like it, but a lot of people came out to support the downtown idea. It was the 5th idea portal. We all get to have our individual feelings about that, but in terms of just the construction and the engagement, and even with that, everybody downtown was not engaged. With the water division, I haven't talked to, there's so many things and so many advocates that you can't. So I just, I'm going to be voting present on this today, but I also just wanted to acknowledge the work that's been done around child care. I think child care is really important. Thank the folks who have engaged, but also just say there is a challenge of balancing the groups, and I don't think it's fair to say, so-and-so wasn't at the table when this is an ongoing conversation with several meetings that have happened over and over again with several groups. Some people have come and talked to us over and over again through the process. Thank you.
Thank you. And Alderwoman, I just want to make sure, I really want to commend you, especially, as a freshman alderperson, and I know working, with the leadership of Alderwoman Boyd, you have handled this like a champ. And I know it hasn't been easy. I know it's really difficult to sometimes have to sit down with a ton of competing interests and figure out where does the true middle lie? Where does the true compromise and consensus building lie? And so I really want to, make sure that is recognized and kind of centered in all of this, because I do really appreciate and see just all of the hard work that you have put into this. Sometimes having to make some very difficult decisions, and sometimes, being at a place where, it's hard to, you feel like you're being pulled a million places. And I know that you have really been trying your hardest and your best throughout this, and just want to really commend you, especially as a freshman, for kind of picking up such a difficult task, a big bill, and persevering. So just want to make sure that was said. But with that, I would like to renew my motion. Oh, is there more discussion?
Alderman Browning.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate you, President Green, for mentioning the hard work that Alderwoman Sané and Alderwoman Boyd have put into this. I don't want to discount all that hard work, and I think that there's been a lot of effort to include a lot of folks. I don't want to confuse my comments for saying that everyone deserves to have a seat at this table. I think that's actually the opposite of what I was saying. I was saying that our jobs as legislators, our jobs as representatives is to take the opinions of many and filter them up and raise those concerns up. And while the process that we did here at the Board of Aldermen and the survey wasn't perfect, I think it was informative in many ways to say that these are ideas that we should look into and determine the feasibility of. But then at that point, it is our responsibility, as people who have this oversight and have this power in the city to take a look at these and say, okay, that idea is feasible. That idea is not so much. That's why we're telling our city workers that we cannot give them raises with this money, which I think has to be hard for them to hear, because we have $300 million sitting on the table and we're saying, sorry, we know we don't pay you well, but we can't give this money to you. That's really disappointing. And yet I also see, again, certain groups getting invited to the table and being treated as if they are somehow above the needs of the greater city. And so I am concerned that we are confusing our roles, that we're trying to say we have to listen to the results of a survey, again, no matter how imperfect it is, and that we are not supposed to then sit here and debate these ideas and look at how each idea is actually possible and whether it meets our city. So when I say I'm opposed to this idea, I think it's because I see how this hurts the city in ways that the city really needs this help. And, to that point, North City, and I think I heard Alderman Aldridge say, like, one thing I really liked about one is that it really said, hey, North City, downtown, parts of Southeast City, these really need that investment. And as we continue to make amendments to 153, committee substitute, I just see it getting further and further diluted as we attempt to meet every need that was brought up to us. But again, I point to the things that came back in the survey that we have just said, you know what, nope, that's not feasible. We can't actually do that. And so we're not going to do that. We're not going to give raises to city employees. And yet we are going to create new programs. We're going to fund pilots. We're going to go way out of our way to try to prop up some experimental things. And at the end of the day, I just think that's an insult to our city workers. It's an insult to the other people that we said no to. So again, I can't support this bill, and I just urge my colleagues to exercise caution, to look at this money as what it is, which is a very small amount of money in the long scheme of things. At this point, I really feel that we'd be better off waiting, because we don't know what the future holds for us, and it is looking really uncertain.
Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, I'll keep it short because I know some folks have some other engagements to go to that I will be at later this evening. Hopefully you can make it. But there's a quote that Shirley Chisholm says, if you don't have a seat at the table, you bring your own folding chair. And I think the reality is I do have to check, with all due respect, that because I don't want this to be put on the board. One alder can have his own comment, but there was no special interest at the table. What we did for the last year, we had an open process where we allowed people to put their comments in the portal. And I know that the alderman is very for infrastructure. I remember TrailNut actually sending out emails to their base saying, hey, fill out this portal so that your voice can be heard. I know residents in DNA from Downtown Neighborhood Association and GSL said, hey, make sure that downtown is being represented. I'm not about to blame advocates because they said, hey, we want to make sure that child care was at the table. I think what you said was a process where we tried to get as much citizens engagement, even to the point where we had paper applications for Ward 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 to make sure that people also voices was there. So when I had to clear it, there's been no special interests at the table. There's been citizens and residents who care about issues, which I think every day we come down here, and if it's me and the alderwoman of the 7th that cares about public safety, alderwoman 1st and 9th that champions public infrastructure, or the alderwoman from the 10th who's always just uplifting everything power from the 10. We all are trying to make sure that we represent our voices, our residents, our voices, and I believe you've seen a lot of groups also get involved because they wanted to see their values be represented. And again, we talk about doing something new. We just passed the Department of Transportation. We don't know what that looked like, but we put the hope into that. And I think we can see how that can move forward. That's going to be new. We don't know how that's implemented. But I think also taking a risk on childcare, which may be a new program, is something that we need to have the same around. And I just, because these are live stream, and the last thing I want is people to say alders had special interests at the table when for the last year and a half process, during open public hearings, I wish those comments was raised when people came to the table and said why they believe infrastructure, why they believe water, why they believe childcare, why they believe downtown. Everyone had an opportunity to make a case, and for the ones who did that wanted to be part of the process, thank you. Now it's our job. We got the hard job to figure out how we divvy up that money. Of course, we probably could give it to all if we wanted to, but we can't. And I'm not about to let that be the notion that we allowed special interests to be at the tables and others wasn't. If you want to be at the table, you can call the alderwoman from the 7th or the 13th ward and try to figure out, as the process is still moving, that you are at the table. That's it.
Any additional comments, discussion?
Renew my motion.
All right. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Vice Chair Saunier.
Present.
Alderman Browning.
No.
Alderman Aldridge. Chair Clark Hubbard. President Green.
Aye.
We have 4 aye votes, 2 no, 1 present.
All right, with that, we have
That's the extent of amendments. I think we're ready to vote on the bill.
all right.
I would like to make a motion that we pass Board Bill 153 committee substitute as amended.
It was moved by Vice Chair Saunier, seconded by Alderman Cone. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Schweitzer.
No.
Vice Chair Saunier.
Aye.
Alderman Browning.
No.
Alderman Aldridge. Chair Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
President Green.
Aye.
We have 5 aye votes, 2 no votes.
All right, any resolutions for review?
We have none.
Committee discussions, we definitely have plenty of that. Acknowledge of written testimony.
For today's committee hearing, we had 7.
Okay, I do want to publicly acknowledge, what was the group? I want to publicly make sure we note for the record that Abortion Action Missouri sent a written comments in support of Board Bill 153 committee sub as amended. And then you said there were other?
There were 7.
There's 7 as well. Okay. Any announcements?
We have none.
Okay. All members were present, so with that, I'll accept the motion to adjourn.
Second.
It was moved by Alderwoman Schweitzer, seconded by Alderman Aldridge. All in favor? Aye. All right, we are adjourned. Everyone have a blessed day.